gosh. Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right. I was speaking to nothing, speaking to no one. And I made hilarious jokes. You have to believe me. You have to trust me. Well, Ras, best streamer. If you'd like to support this show, I've identified the problem why you couldn't hear me, and that's because I have to set up and tear down this setup here that I do every time because I'm on my back porch. This is my house here. So if you'd like to support the channel and help me get into a little studio that I'm going to build, I need about $3,000 for that. That's about the goal. Then I can just have it set up and I can just come and sit down and it'll all be nice. I don't have to, make sure all the things, I just didn't have something plugged in when I set it up. Okay. And I was being hilarious. It was probably the funniest I've been in a while at least. But okay, well, let me just restart now that there's 2 minutes of silence at the beginning of this. Ras, you are a rich prison island mogul. You have many cigarettes. You work with cigarettes every day. I'm sure you're at least like a millionaire, by your standards. You should be able to help a little bit. But anyway, so today we're going to be looking at the question of, is atheism a religion? And we're going to look at this, objectively, empirically. We're going to try to determine this. So we have to isolate some independent variables. And I meditated and I asked the great beyond to give me the insights, and they gave me many different bullet points that we can look into. And you guys can help me determine if atheism is a religion. But I thought we'd start off with looking at some comments. This is the vamping part while we let people pile in. And then, I need, hello, Skeptic. It's good to see you. There's been no issues with this stream so far. No technical issues. Just so you know, I'm right on top of everything. Atheism is self-worship. Well, there you go. You have it, folks. That's worship. You use the words worship. It's hard to get away from religion when there's worship happening. But before we get really into the nitty gritty, I thought maybe it would help to spur on, a couple rabbit holes we could go down by looking at atheist comments on my comedic videos about atheists. So I went through all this, but I thought I'm going to start it again. So instead of giving an actual argument for your God, you chose to insult atheists. So instead of giving an actual argument against Christianity, you chose to insult me. I never did insult you. I made a statement about what you're doing in this video. Making baseless accusations, essentially lies and slander, isn't supposed to insult me. And this is when he spurgs out and writes multiple comments. Your video is titled, If Christians Argued Like Atheists, and in it you make a terrible argument for Christian God. How is it not an insult towards atheist? You also said that 9 out of 10 theologians would say Christianity is true, which is a complete lie since Christians make up only 31% of the population, not 90. So he's saying that 100% of the population are theologians, and only 31% of that 100% of the populations agree with Christianity. So there you have it, folks. Well, I think this is good evidence about atheism being a religion, because if 100% of the population of the world are theologians, then if atheists are a part of the population of the world, then atheists are theologians. And what are they a theologian of, if not their own religion? How can you be a theologian apart from a religion? Can anyone answer that? Can anyone answer that? Anyone, please. I think we got them just with that. But, in case they come up with some, loophole there, let's press on. This video is me steelmanning the atheist position. These videos give a clear and honest presentation of the atheist worldview. If you're saying I'm insulting atheists, it's a typo. I mean, gosh, dang it. If you're saying that I'm insulting atheists, wait, oh my gosh, did I have a stroke when writing this? If you're saying I'm insulting atheists by, that's another typo. Oh my, why is it different? By, let me read it again since I've had to say it so many times. Oh my gosh. What happened? Where'd it go? If you're saying that I'm insulting atheists by accurately representing them, then I just have to ask you, why do you insult atheists? Why are you? Oh my gosh, what is wrong? What did I do when I wrote this? 3 typos in that one. I haven't replied. A steel man is when you present another person's case in its strongest possible form. You didn't do that because you didn't present any atheist argument. You just titled your video "If Christians Argue Like Atheists" and made a bad argument for Christianity. Where's the contradiction? Oh my gosh, can't spell nothing, can I? I don't know if he's gonna have an answer for that. Where's the contradiction? All right, this was a really good. This is gonna be one of today's atheist videos. Is this comment right here? This one's really good. Wait, you think this is how atheists argue? And you literally give the full argument for a Christian God, which in this video I didn't. So you just owned yourself, but you would rather strawman atheists than come up with an experiment that empirically proves the existence of a God, literally any God. Oh, but you have to have faith in something that is physically impossible to prove to actually believe. And then you think others are crazy for not believing. Schizophrenics have the same outlook. Well, they're, as we can see, bigotry, religious bigotry. That's intolerance. And, if we're going to go by their own critiques of religion, I don't see how they get away from this. Hello, Ashlyn. I don't think I've seen you hanging out here before, but how are you doing? Apophatic, it is good to see you. I've heard that you have a really good Jay Dyer impression. I need to utilize that for a bit. That'd be great. So let's press on, y'all. Let's press on. So yeah, this is gonna be one of today's videos. There's a lot there, but I mean, we can see already their religious dogma of needing experiments to prove empirical things, and to prove a claim of something that's immaterial, they need material proof. So, that's dogma right there. That is dogma if I've ever seen it. But any other funny ones here? I mean, this is a more intolerance, more atheist love. They saying I need to be medicated. I don't really understand. They love to say I'm strawmanning. 90% of my videos are directly from things atheists say. And what's more hilarious is that I take these comments that they leave saying I'm strawmanning, and then I quote them in a new video, and then they'll comment being like, "This is a strawman." I'm like, "This is what you said." It's quite good. It's quite good. This is a never-ending content generating machine. Nice straw man. They love the straw man, dude. It's like their form of iconography or something. Atheists don't have a standard of love. Who told you about my my dire voice? Your dire voice. Yeah, Jube told me about that. Well, this was funny. This is tangential. It's not really a part of it. But this guy said that Jordan Peterson's a strong Christian, as far as I know. He bases things on religion frequently, which is just its own kind of funny, but it's not about what we're talking about today. And then somebody saying agnosticism is the only form of honesty. I mean, that's just patently hilarious. Well, that's enough of that. Did you guys see any things that we can kind of go from here? Because I definitely think there was some. I mean, thank you, Ashlyn. Thank you, Ashlyn. That's a tip of the fedora to you. Thank you for the kindness you do to me. You warm my heart. So I think we can really try to cut to the heart. And I'm okay with little bunny trails and things are like, well, this is some evidence against atheists or some evidence towards it being a religion. Well, we can go right to the nuclear, and then we can paint by numbers and do the little ones too. I think that'd be fun. But to me, the biggest proof that atheism is in fact a religion is the fact that they have more and more atheist churches popping up. Here's one in my area. Seattle Atheist Church. Let me read some of you guys' comments real quick before we continue. Do you believe in God? What do you mean you? What do you mean do? Oh my. Oh, okay. That was supposed to be in a voice. Do you do you believe in God? Oh no. Sorry, that's not in the voice. That's a different quote. That's a different person, unless it's like him schizophrenically talking to himself. Do you believe in God? What depends by what you mean by you? It means it depends on what you mean by do, bucko. You know, it's bloody difficult. It's bloody difficult. My JPB always ends up being like some kind of Indian. Like, oh, it's a bloody difficult. Isn't Jordan Peterson interested in orthodoxy? In his last debate with Destiny, he had a schema monk. Well, that's a whole conversation there. Pinocchio. Oh, Pinocchio. He saved his father from the belly of the whale. Oh, it's bloody difficult. One of my favorite things I've ever heard, my favorite Jordan Peterson quotes is he said, you know, I once saw a comment that said, Jordan Peterson, you sound like Kermit. And I said, well, is that true? And I looked up a video of Kermit and I listened to him and I thought, oh, bloody hell, he's right. Which I believe Jordan Peterson is agnostic. You're saying he's interested in orthodoxy, or you know, he might be interested in Orthodox Christianity. I would say there's an interest there. But if you go listen to the Royal Path podcast, which is a great podcast, Father Turbo and Cyprian make good arguments that he is not really interested in orthodoxy and that he's actively saying no to it. He has been to Mount Athos. Oh, you go clean your room, Ashlyn. You know how bloody difficult it is to clean a room with a 2-year-old? When you have a 2-year-old, it's like having an embodiment of chaos. In your own house, which is supposed to be orderly. You have order within chaos and chaos within order. It's impossible to clean your room no matter how many times I tell you to, bucko. You know? It's like the chaos generated from my own loins, and now it's keeping me up at night. And it's not even a metaphor. It's not even a metaphor. It's just right there in the crib, and it won't stop crying, you know? It's like, this is a representation of me, and I'm the reputation of it because I am its father. Not in a metaphorical sense, but in a literal sense. I'm literally this child's father. Sorry. Well, I think the best Jordan Peterson impressions are just terrible. That's why I end up going Indian, like Indian sometimes when I do it. What do you think about Andrew Tate? I haven't gotten into him. He just seems like, I don't know, like pretty milquetoast, low IQ guy who's decided that if he acts pseudo manly, then he can make money. I was debating about doing this stream. It's funny you bring up Tate because I was going to do another stream. I'll do it, in the next couple days, next week or something. And it's about, the stream is going to be titled "Let Me Be Your Internet Daddy," because I think Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, those types of guys, they've made money by being people's internet daddy. So I'd like to get on board. I'd like to be able to support my family by I need a Bugatti. My Bugatti is transparent right now, completely see-through, and I would like to actualize it, manifest it. So that'll be another stream. Agnosticism is cringe. Yes, it's true. What we're saying about Jordan Peterson. I think he's likely actively rejecting orthodoxy because he's been to Mount Athos, been to multiple monasteries, talked to multiple bishops, been to multiple Orthodox countries, and he still is not taking any real steps towards orthodoxy. It's just kind of like it's another technology to him. I think I'd like to be wrong. I'd like to have this be untrue. I'd like for that, but I think that Jordan Peterson looks at Christianity as a technology. I mean, he says it all the time. I don't believe in God, but I act as if God is real because I see beneficial results like a technology. Atheism is never-ending fallacy. Michael Ende type stuff. I don't know if I know who Michael Ende is. Let's find out. Ende. Ende. He's a children's novelist. Oh no, not the Never Ending Story. That's a pedo movie, dude. You ever watch Never Ending Story and realize it's just a movie for and by pedophiles? I can do literary analysis. I've read a book or two. I have, and I have a thought or two about the book or two I've read. One thought, two thought, one book, two book. And anyways, the Never Ending Story. That's a pedophile movie for by pedophiles. There's a point where the little boy wakes up off of the big penis, hairy penis snake dragon, and he hops down. And he sees a cave. He's like, cold, and he sees the fire in there, and he walks in, and like these two old people look at him, and one's like, "Is it my turn with him?" It's like, oh, that's not even a little subtle. And yeah, 100%. It's a pedophile story. The Never Ending Story. And did he laugh? You mean muhahaha instead of ahahaha? But my favorite part of the Never Ending Story. There's so many little tangents. But my favorite part is when the boy and his horse are on the journey, and they're just like walking. The boy's like leaning the horse, and the narrator's like, they are in the bog of depression. If you ever have a sad thought, you will surely die. And the horse is walking, and it goes, and then starts sinking. In my head, it's like the horse is like, I have been feeling a little down lately. Oh no. And he just like, the little boy's like trying to save him. Like, no, come on, you can't quit. The horse dies, but the comedic timing of that is always. I've only seen the movie like twice now, but oh, you out of here? Did I offend you? Do I offend? Well, I'm sorry. Hope you have a good day. Good to see you. But yeah, it's one of those like it shouldn't make me laugh. My mother-in-law says she was like traumatized when she was younger by seeing that movie and having the horse die, and she was like very upset. But to me, the timing is so good. Cosmic Skeptic. Well, I know a guy from a coffee shop, and he gets really good grades, and he's like the top of his class, and he's like really knowledgeable about quantum mechanics. So, and he's also me. Do I know this man? Of course, he's me. That one's pretty funny. Okay, let's look at the atheist church here. Welcome, atheists, agnostics, skeptics. You are welcome here. At Seattle Atheist Church, we call ourselves an atheist church because you will never hear anything supernatural promoted from the podium. We call ourselves an atheist church because you will never hear anything supernatural promoted from the podium. So they're admitting that you don't have to believe in the supernatural to be called a church. So why would you have to believe in something supernatural to be called a religion? Westford, what do you think about philitism accusations against orthodoxy? What is philitism? Is it like ethnophilitism? Is that what we're talking about? Ethnophilitism? That statement required metaphysical import, aka the supernatural. Yeah, well, we'll get into the one miracle that atheists all believe. Ethnophilitism, that's a heresy. It's taking something that is good to have cultural traditions, cultural ties that bind your people group together. But if you elevate that above the faith, if you make that an integral part of the faith rather than just something that's kind of accidental, then I mean it's not an actual argument against orthodoxy, because orthodoxy rejects ethnophilitism. If an Orthodox parish, a local parish, struggles with ethnophilitism, then they're in error, and it's something that that local church needs to work on to overcome. I mean, it's like if you're going to say that orthodoxy is incorrect because ethnophilitism occurs, then you'd have to say that Paul and all the churches he planted were incorrect, because look at him writing epistles to the Corinthians. Look at all the problems they had. They obviously can't be the true church because they had sexual sin that they were struggling with. They had, this type of sin they were struggling with. So, they can't be the true church. It's just, it's not really an argument. We know atheists would say, "No, it's not," and in a worldview, but we know that's BS. Yeah, I wanna know why it's not a religion. If it is not, in fact, a religion, I mean, people, like, colloquially will say, "Oh, I grew up religious," or, "I grew up non-religious in, like, a non-religious home," but to me, that's just really saying nominal versus practicing, like, "Oh, I grew up in a nominal atheist home," we didn't do our atheist practices, and I think that I wrote a big list of stuff. It's not exhaustive. I'm sure we could come up with stuff, but I think there's, like Protestantism, different denominations of atheism. You have your ones that focus on different things because people will say, well, atheism isn't a monolith. We don't have like a centralized authority telling us which holy books to do. And it's like, well, you mean you do in some regard. I mean, you have like your four horsemen, and you have their writings. You have the God delusion. You have um the origin of species. I mean, the favored races, and while they're not like canonical in the same sense as we are, you could say they're in the canon, like we say, like the literary canon, and even if there aren't the church didn't have a canon for almost 400 years. So I mean, that's not like a defeater, and it's usually stemming from just attacking how Protestantism and like Roman Catholicism worked. They didn't really understand the historicity of the canonization, and they just have that to bounce off against. But yeah, I think just like there's multiple versions of Protestantism that have like their own flavor of ice cream, I think there's atheists that probably have a lot of underlying same things. Like they have their own solas, but they have their own flavors of ice cream. They've got, butterscotch, or they've got, cookies and cream. And by that, I mean like, they really focus on physicalism, or they focus on like political activism, whatever. Redeemed Zoomer got a beard so that he can be like Orthodox people as a way to cope about his major loss to Jay Dyer. That is, that's probably factual. Atheist church solas. I mean, we could probably do some of their work here and just try to condense the things we're seeing. I'm hearing some racket over there. Sola natural, yeah, sola Big Bang, sola evolution, sola natural selection, sola evolution. I mean, I'm sure we could come up with at least 5 to match the Protestants. And we could keep talking about the Protestants and the Roman Catholics in relation to the atheists, because atheism essentially came from those two places. I mean, the Roman Catholicism and Protestantism are atheist factories, and this is kind of their lineage still. Sola empirical evidence. Sola not convinced. Sola unconvinced. Richard the Zoomer, denominations need to matter again. The church must build large interconnected institutions. Non-denominationalism makes the church have zero institutional influence. Yeah, I don't know who Richard the Zoomer is. Is that who? I don't even know. Is Redeemed Zoomer? Is his name Richard? But yeah, the whole. It sounds to me like it's just another Protestant cope of trying to be like, let's go back to the early church. Is kind of what that sounds like. My grandpa was a Pentecostal minister. Huh? Sure. My grandpa was a Pentecostal minister. My parents could care less, and I would say I'm non-denominational Christian. Yes, I mean, like in atheist homes, when people say I grew up non-religious, or I'm non-religious, not religious, not practicing. To me, it sounds like nominal versus practicing. It doesn't, like, how can you be non-religious? Redeem Zoomer, and that was his tweet. All right, let's continue on with this. So they have the Sunday morning stoicism. 366 meditations on wisdom, perseverance, and the art of living. Let's get together before church. So is this what they do as like their sermon? No, so what they do before church. Each day of the year has a corresponding, their devotional readings. Who is in a family? I grew up on kids' book called Who is in a Family, and it was one of my favorite examples of acceptance and introduction of non-nuclear family dynamics and models. So They're trying to get my kids. They're coming for my kids is what I'm hearing when I'm reading. Someone who grew up in families, you grew up in multiple families? As someone who grew up in families that were non-traditional in a number of directions, that proved very valuable to me. I had to learn to deal with people challenging and questioning whether my upbringing was valid. And one of the ways I dealt with it was by learning about family structures in other cultures and throughout history. I don't understand. That's vague enough to work because I don't. After reading that paragraph, I don't know what I'm reading. I don't know what they're talking about. What? They have a beer shop? A beer? Is that what that is? Hop shop? That's probably beers, right? It's probably brews. Let's look at their mission. Yeah, who they sing to gravity. Literal atheist Platonism, wishful thinking nonsense. I mean, yeah, you can have like people like even some atheists will say, well, I've had a couple of atheists comment like, oh, there are religious versions of atheism like Buddhism, so you can have Buddhism that's not you can have atheism that's not believing in a god and still be religion. So if that can be, why can't the other versions of it be labeled? It's just a label, man. I don't like labels. So their mission is Seattle Atheist Church is a place where atheists come together to do church. There you have it, folks. To address the big questions and celebrate meaningful life events with atheist rituals. We celebrate the values of atheism, critical thinking, scientific rationalism, and secular ethics by teaching, learning, and thoughtful discussion. When people don't challenge you on your nonsense, this is what you get away with. This is what you get away with. Oh, she's back, bucko. Oh, you better clean your room. She's gonna be here and judge you, bucko. Mine's like a Jordan Peterson going through puberty. It's Jordan Peterson on puberty blockers. It's like, I don't know if I'm going to be a woman or not. It's like it could go either way with all the hormones they're putting in me, It's like it depends on what you mean by estrogen. I like how most atheists say we can't know anything for certain, then state, I know 100% certain God doesn't exist. Well, I mean, it's even worse than that because atheists will often say we cannot know that God exists. And agnostics try to get out of that and say, oh, it's the only honest position to say, I just can't be certain whether I don't know. God could exist. I don't know, but you can't know that God exists. And I'm the one that's being honest by saying I cannot be certain. So what he's really saying is I'm 100% certain that I can't be certain. So even trying to do that fence sitting don't work. You're still making a positive claim about being 100% certain that you can't be 100% certain. It's still self-defeating nonsense. We can't know anything for certain. We certainly can't believe anything and know anything for certain. Do you know that there's a lack of evidence for God? I mean, can you put God in my hand? Can you make him do a little dance? Just do a little dance. Yeah, it does sound kind of like Morty. I agree. I agree with you. I could try to make it better, but I think it's almost better, especially since Ras pointed out that it's a terrible impression that I keep leaning into that. Can an atheist explain what is the empirical proof for empiricism? No, they cannot. They can try to like obfuscate. And what is that thing that people are saying lately? Gallamander. What did they say? You're galloping. You're lollygagging. What is the term that people have been saying lately? I've never heard of this until I think it's like when somebody asks you a question and you like sort of give an answer and then you answer a bunch of other things that weren't asked. And then that, what's the term? Gerrymandering, yapping, prattling. No, it's something specific. It sounds like a horse galloping. I can't remember what it's called though. Red herring. Yeah. It's a specific term. I've heard a bunch in the last week, but I've never heard it before. It'll come to me maybe. Yeah. So the empiricism is built on gish galloping. That's what it is. Yeah. What the heck is that? Gish galloping, dude. I never heard of that before. Sounds like something like a 1920s slang that just got brought back into vogue. Yeah. See, it'd be a real shame if we gish galloped right over your storefront. See, it's be a real shame. You might need to pay us some protection money, or we'll gish gallop your goddamn legs. See, your kneecaps. Can you be 100% certain that your room is like 100% clean? Zoink, Scoob. It's like you don't know if there's like a little bit of speck of dirt or dust somewhere that you didn't see. That's the chaos that slowly builds in your room. Gish galloping is when Roman Catholics will quote mine, basically. The Gish gallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments with no regard for the accuracy or strength of the arguments. Yeah, it's just word vomit. It's what would you call it? The filibustering. Just make a ton of arguments without letting you respond. Yes, this is the way. What do you guys think about that mission? We haven't gotten to the creed. We're gonna see if they can take me higher. Word salad. Yeah, it's true. All right. I love the values of atheism. They just have to bracket it, which is obviously critical thinking, scientific naturalism, and secular ethics. Can we justify any of those things? Are we going to unpack them? Let's find out in the creed. The Seattle Atheist Church was founded on the principles of scientific naturalism and secular ethics, which commits us, on the one hand, to reason and evidence-based thinking, and on the other hand, to compassion for our fellow human beings. Beloved brethren, these commitments motivate us to oppose magical and wishful thinking in all forms of dogma, but not including this one, as well as to stand firmly against all forms of oppression. Truth claims are attempted here, and we stand ready to revise our thinking in light of new information, which of course is physical and determined. We attempt to be excellent to each other. Be excellent to each other, to other conscious beings. We believe in good because good works in mysterious ways. Yeah, man, none of that makes sense. It's like if to believe this, you have to step inside. You have to wear them as a skin suit for a minute and try to see the world through their eyes. And it's you don't have to give logic or reasoning or justifications. You don't have to give arguments. You can just say anything you want, and it makes it so, which is itself magical thinking. They say that I can use magical thinking to say that I oppose magical thinking. I really think that a lot of this, I'm all stuffed up. I'm sorry. I really think a lot of nominalism, materialism, empiricism, atheism, agnosticism, a lot of this stuff, even Protestantism in a lot of ways, and Catholicism, but those a little bit less so maybe. The project is to steamroll all of epistemology, of the ability to justify anything, to have arguments. And it's just the Nietzschean will to power. Once everything is meaningless, then we can create our own meaning. And I can do that by just saying anything, and that I can say that it's meaningful. I'm gonna read. Can you take me higher? What are their other songs? Do they have other songs? Well, I need a hero to save me. I'm not gonna spend my life away. I don't even know what he says the last part. That's wait, is that Creed? It's gotta be. It's gotta be Creed. How much do you want to bet the founders are all Redditors as well as the congregants? Yeah, well, give them a little bit of credit, to give them a little bit of grace, my brother. At least it seems like they're meeting in person, which is, better than 99.99% of Redditors. They get to compare neckbeards in IRL. So in IRL, yes, that's true. Only one true church, the rest are shoot-offs. I agree. Yes, thank you. It's very natural for me to sound like a Black Baptist preacher. For one, I am Black, and for two, I grew up Southern Baptist, so it's in my blood in more ways than one. You've been looking into religion for only 6 months. I moved out of my parents' house, so I chose non-denominational. Hey, Prodigy, are you agnostic till now? We were gonna have a conversation yesterday. You didn't show up, my mate. I'm not dissing you, but you're welcome to hop on another time. You're welcome to hop on now. I mean, that's fine with me. If Westford does open panel, yeah, I'm pretty sure Prodigy is the person I was going to talk to yesterday. Literal atheism convention. Yes, it's you nailed it. You nailed it on the head. Atheist Church is just r/atheism convention. It's DashCon. You guys ever heard of DashCon? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I wish I got to pay $100 to be in a pool, a ball pit that they peed in. Christ is risen. Truly, he is risen. Nadim, we are exploring the possibility that atheism might actually be a religion. Anita here. That's not Skillet. Listen to me. That is not Skillet, and I actually do agree they probably sound similar. Skillet is kind of the Protestant Creed or Nickelback, but it's definitely not Skillet. Definitely not. Yeah. We're trying to be objective, and we're going to use our rational minds, and we're going to use the scientific method to try to figure out some independent variables to determine if atheism is in fact a religion. That is I think objectively it is a true fact of life that this atheist church does smell like butt stink. I think that's probably true. No, I just typed atheism in YouTube and your stream popped up. Oh, wow. Okay. Prodigy, good to see you. There's a guy who has from what I'm hearing, it sounds like he has a similar story to you. He was agnostic for many years, and he just recently became non-denominational. He wanted to have a conversation with me. I invited him on, and he didn't show up, didn't reply. I'm not sure. I hope he's okay. Haven't heard from him, but he wanted to hop on, and yeah, you're welcome to as well. I'd have a conversation with pretty much everybody. Skillet is kind of good. They have some good songs. I'll give you that. I grew up as a Protestant, and all I got to listen to music-wise was my parents' music from the 70s and 80s, and then the CDs at the Protestant bookstore called Lifeway. And those are all the music. That's all the music I got to experience until my older brother started. You searched Westford Live and for your stream and for my stream. So like, I mean, without even knowing who I was, you're just like, let's just see what happens when I do this. And that's interesting. That's crazy. Yeah, I agree. That is a miracle. That is a miracle. Jube, hello. We are scientifically, the chat and me bows to the chat and you, Jube. We are determining scientifically whether or not atheism is a religion. Oh, you saw me on JB. Oh, cool. Cool. Well, good to see you. Good to see you, David. Let's I want to go through this creed one more time. We're going to see if there's a hero to save us. Let's look at the creed. This is the Atheist Church website here in my area. The Seattle Atheist Church was founded on the principles of scientific naturalism and secular ethics, which commits us on the one hand to reason and evidence-based thinking, and on the other to compassion for our fellow human beings. You can destroy all of that just by asking why. Why ought we do that? If you believe that the entire cosmos is dysteleological, there's no meaning, all of it is going to end in heat death and destruction, and it's all meaningless. Our life is meaningless. I'm going to tell my children when they're 8 years old that they are meaningless, that I am meaningless. It's all meaningless. Why ought we have compassion to our fellow human beings? And that's something that's the response, the atheist response, when you ask them, why ought we not do this terrible thing? Why ought we do this good thing? And they're like, are you saying that it's good to hurt people? Are you saying it's good? I thought you were a Christian. Are you saying it's good to hurt people? Are you saying it's bad to be good to people? To not be excellent to each other? And it's not that I there's many things that me and an atheist would agree on. We would agree on many things, okay? But the difference is, in my worldview, I have a reason. You hear me? Listen carefully. I always use my words intentionally. Where I have a reason for what I believe, and I look at your worldview, and it's not the same as mine. Let's be honest. It's nowhere near, not even close. And I look at you and I think, what's the reason? And you go, well, we agree. We agree on this thing, this action. So why do I have to have a reason? And I go, well, I have a reason. What's your reason? You're like, oh, well, maybe I could just borrow your reason. Or why do I have to have a reason at all? We just agree. What do you use to debate chat on? I use a link. Here it is right here. Here it is. Boom. It's my reason for my beliefs are huge. My reason for being nice to you and not slapping your stupid looking face is a huge reason, bigger than you are, you little man. Yes, you have identified correctly. Okay, Apophatic, hop on. There's a link right there. Prove to me that secular ethics do not exist. Okay, I remain unconvinced. I'm bigly unconvinced until you convince me. Until you convince me, I'm unconvinced. Here we go. All right. Why do secular ethics not exist, sir? On ethics. Why do I?
What is what?
Sorry, I keep doing this. My headset was off. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can. Sorry, my headset was off.
Yeah. Let me fix my mic settings. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Yeah, so secular ethics do not exist. There is no ethics. Ethics is just preference. There's no.
Okay, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why can I prefer not to have you steal my stuff?
Well, well, ethics actually overlap with, I would say, epistemology, because you could ask the question of why ought we reason in the first place?
Right.
If reasoning is necessary to get to truth, but we ought not reason, then getting to truth would be impossible, so knowledge would be impossible.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with knowledge being impossible?
Why can't I just be a good person? I don't have to know that I'm a good person or know why I should be a good person. I can just be a good person.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ask that question again.
Why ought I have access to knowledge? Why can't I just be a good person? I don't have to know why I'm a good person or know what a good person is. I can just be one.
Okay. Well, if you don't have access to knowledge, then that statement, that if even asking why, is actually redundant, because then you're trying to get to the truth while saying that we can't get to the truth.
So you don't agree that epistemology is a failed project?
I'm actually starting to agree. This is really convincing me right now.
Oh, wow. See, I'm unconvinced that was a good enough argument to convince you, but you've actually just convinced me. So this is kind of...
We're all just convinced here, guys. We're all just convinced.
Is that what happens in this atheist church, you think? They just like get together and they're just like, I am convinced. Oh no, they're just like all going, I'm unconvinced. I'm unconvinced. I'm unconvinced. I'm unconvinced. Please look at your nearest fellow human being beside you and have compassion about them, and then show the sign of unconvinced there. Just
like before they take communion, they say, I'm unconvinced.
I mean, you could do that as like a Lutheran, right? Because they believe that it's not really a real presence until they believe in it. So like, I'm unconvinced, and then they would be actually correct.
They would be correct.
They would be correct.
You go to Billy Bob's Baptist Church. I'm unconvinced, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, we got Dr. Crispy. Oh my gosh. Wait, we got a JB raid. Is that really happened? Interesting. Well, hello everyone. We are Namaste. The Chad and me bows to the Chad and you. We are exploring the possibility that atheism might indeed be a religion. I remain unconvinced that it is not a religion. I can link the here it is. We can have an open panel. I've got many things that we can we can explore here. A lot of rabbit holes that we can go down. But Apophatic was here just trying to show me Okay, well, let's back up. My brain is exploding because I have more than 4 people watching me.
Yeah.
But so this is an atheist church in my area, and we are reading their mission statement and their creed. So let's do that one more time. Try to get everybody up to speed. Okay, Seattle Atheist Church is a place where atheists come together to do church, to address the big questions and celebrate meaningful life events with atheist rituals. We celebrate the values of atheism, critical thinking, scientific naturalism, and secular ethics by teaching, learning, and thoughtful discussion. And we had only got that far when Apophatic was like, yo, secular ethics don't exist. And I was like, convince me. So can we run through that one more time so everybody else is?
Yeah, sure. So the reason secular ethics don't exist is what you were talking about earlier. There's zero teleology or purpose in the world. And since there is zero teleology or purpose, then there's no reason why we ought to reason. So we either ought to reason or we ought not to reason. If we ought not reason, because reasoning is necessary to get to justification, to justify something. So if reasoning is necessary to justify something and we ought not reason, then knowledge would be impossible.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with knowledge being impossible?
Why can't I do something without knowing it?
Why can't I do something without knowing it? Well, even asking that question, that statement itself is assuming knowledge to be the case.
Well, I'm not 100% certain about anything. So I mean, why do I have to have 100% certainty? Why can't I just be a good look on my mission statement? It says critical thinking. Can I critically think without knowing everything? I mean, if I was certain, wouldn't that mean I'm not critically thinking?
So certainty is a totally different issue. Yeah, I got you, man. It's got you, bro.
Let's move on. Okay, I think we can table that. I think I proved that secular ethics do exist. I think you conceded. The creed is the Seattle Atheist Church was founded on the principles of scientific naturalism and secular ethics, which we just demonstrated, which commits us on the one hand to reason and evidence-based thinking, and on the other to compassion for our fellow human beings. You have any qualms there? Can I continue? Or do you have any gripes?
No, just continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Nadim, do you have any issues so far?
How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Praise the Lord. Praise the spaghetti monster and his noodly appendages. How are you doing, Nadim?
I just want to add something. When you're like, yeah, I just need. Why do I need to know that I'm being a good person or not? I just can be good. But
yeah, what's wrong with that?
How do you know when you're being a good person? Like ultimately,
because I am the arbiter from my perspective, from my subjectivity. I can determine what's good for me and for my fellow human beings. I'm just trying to be compassionate. What's wrong with compassion? Why won't you dislike compassion?
So if someone else's view is that killing is good,
well, that's their culture.
Then it's okay.
Oh, so okay. Well, I've convinced you. Let's move on.
You have convinced me.
These commitments motivate us to oppose magical and wishful thinking and all forms of dogma, as well as to stand firmly against all forms of oppression. Anything there? Huh? Anything? I do believe that this temple is covered in monkey imagery. Objective morality.
I just
not
want to
tell?
Anyone,
are you not able to tell?
Anyone that's new on the channel, subscribe and like and support my brother, Mr. Westford.
Thank you. It makes me seem humble. Thank you. It makes me seem humble if I don't do my own calls to action. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Obviously, I can drop the act a little bit. Yes, this of course is a dogmatic statement. Having a creed is a form of a dogma. We all know that. Okay, let me go back into character a little bit. Okay. Truth claims are attempted here, and we stand ready to revise our thinking, because remember earlier we said we value critical thinking. In light of new information, which of course is physical, we attempt to be excellent to other conscious beings. We believe in good. We even made it italicized, because good works in non-mysterious ways. Anything there, you guys?
What is the good?
No,
And
I just agree. Okay.
Oh, thank you for your submission.
That's amazing.
an appeal to conscious beings. I'm unconvinced.
Did they say that instead of human beings to make it like, is this a vegan cult too? Is that what it is? Is that a vegan dog whistle?
It's gonna be like
That
Cosmic
Logan,
Skeptic
man,
all
that
over
Logan.
again.
Logan is itching. Let him in. Let him in. He want to support that atheist church. I think he's gonna leave his church.
Who?
Logan. He's gonna leave his church and
Oh,
join
let's
this.
get him on. Hey, Logan, are you rejecting orthodoxy as a catechumen? Are you convinced by this atheist church?
Do you want the satire answer or the real answer?
Whichever one will make me laugh.
There's no satire in what we're talking about.
I am extremely serious, and if you can't tell,
yes, I am extremely and 100% serious. I am absolutely convinced by atheism. It is totally not a religion, and that is why it preaches that all other religions are wrong. And I am convinced, despite them not having any sort of convincing answers.
That was
I think
touching.
we should
brother,
all
Brother
join
Logan.
a religion that says that no religion exists. That's a good religion to be of.
Yes, the best religion is one that claims to not be a religion, because religions are bad, and that's our religion.
Exactly.
Thank you, Hank. I am still a baby streamer. I'm learning through, making a mess of everything. The beginning of the stream, I didn't have my audio on for 2 minutes, and somebody had to point that out. So thank you. And thank you, guys. Like, comment, subscribe, nub, all of the things. As you can tell, I am here. You probably can't tell, actually. I'm on the back porch of my house. This is my home here, my shelter. And I'd like to increase the channel, increase my influence in the world, my mastery of in the space.
Spread your intellect.
Yes, because we're trying
the
to.
Holy Ghost that comes and flows through your body.
Amen. In a non-mysterious way, because we believe in good.
It has to be
good?
natural.
Yes. I mean, obviously we can
natural
like the information in the objects in the world convey the information to us. So I can look at something and go, this is good within itself in a non-mysterious way. Okay, is there anything else on this? Let's look at their frequently asked questions.
Who's Gold Goblin?
What Goblin?
Goblin?
There's other people on here. Sorry. Oh yeah, I had to scroll down. Okay, well, we'll look at the frequently asked questions. Oh, it's just me.
The Hankster.
How do I make it everybody? There we go.
All the chat.
Hank, you are okay. They've unmuted. What do you have to say so far? Are you convinced by this atheist church?
Well, if they said so, of course it makes total sense, even though it doesn't.
Let me turn my camera on so it does like a triangle. You know?
Oh, thank you. We identify in the atheist church as making sense and being logical and rational. So I don't know how you can refute that. And remember, if you say that we're not being rational and critically thinking, that's not our position. That's not an internal critique. You have to acknowledge that we are being rational and using critical thinking, or it's not internal critique.
No. The argument was you're arguing from inside physicalism, yet you're using rationalism. Therefore,
yeah. Well, it was you. Okay, your perspective is that Hank. I think somebody is. I can hear myself. Your perspective is that there's such a thing as logic, and that you can justify it in your Christian worldview. Okay, then why are you saying that I can't justify logic? You've already said that we agree on logic. It was the same thing earlier of we both agree on something. You have a justification for it. Why do I have to have a justification for it if we just both agree?
But can't you justify the statement that you can't justify logic?
Why ought I do that, Nadim? Why ought I justify logic?
No, but can't you justify the statement of that logic is not justifiable?
From an atheist perspective?
Yeah.
I think they would probably just act like they don't understand what you're saying, or probably actually not understand what you're saying, and just like, what was that
That's
word?
word salad.
Yes, they
You're
would gish gallop.
gish-galloping.
Gish gallop.
That's
did
word salad. You're just trying to be confusing, even though it's an
Philosophical
extremely
garbage.
simple argument. Are you
All right,
pre-supping me? Are you questioning my axioms?
Oh my gosh! I hope in this frequently asked question that we'll look at here in a second, it says that they are dogmatically against any presups. They do not allow it. That'd be great. But yeah,
Well-
first I think we do need to define what logic is. Okay, so Nadim, could you define logic for us?
Okay, so logic is something that is the derivative of the mind. Something
What's
that
the mind?
The mind, I think, what Jumbob explained really well is it's a metaphysical organ that isn't like physical, but it's something that we use to connect on a metaphysical way or on a non-physical way. And I think it's a good way to say it's an organ, and it's separated from the brain, and there is an absolute truth of what logic is, but about like we can all use logic through the mind, not through like physical objects or like molecules touching around and stuff.
So would you not agree that the mind is just the brain metabolizing?
I mean, is the mind is a derivative of like we use the brain to express to then express by our mouth what our mind is thinking, but we can't relate it completely to the brain because the brain is something physical and the mind is.
Christy Futurum, you and everybody else, Mister. Today we are trying to empirically decide and verify whether or not atheism is or is not a religion. And we've kind of gone on many tangents, but we're looking here at an atheist website that's the Seattle Atheist Church, and we're looking through their creed, their mission statement, and now we're about to look at their frequently asked questions. But I think Nadim just got destroyed because he couldn't justify a mind, couldn't justify logic, couldn't even do it. I mean, and just like Distinction says, it's pseuds all the way down. I mean, I'm a pseud.
I love the argument that.
Yeah, I mean
that you just expressed.
That's I'm gonna
Very
go
nice assertion. Could you give us an argument?
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
yeah, it's self-evident.
It just feels like it. So
It
What-
just
that's
is,
my
bro.
argument.
We have it, bro. We don't need a justification. We just have it.
The fact that we have it. Okay, let's go back to this for a minute.
Well, my real question for them is, can
guess
any of them give me the scientific method?
Well, they can't even say what the scientific method is usually. I love that one guy.
Isn't there any atheist in the 91 watching that wants to join? Like,
Potentially. I don't know.
we
The
can
link's there.
debate.
The link's there.
Anyone, the link is there.
But I love that one guy. His name's like Raven Valentine or something. He said that science does not require observation, which was quite astounding. I wonder what brought him to that conclusion.
Oh, apophatic. Job was telling us about your Jay Dyer.
Oh yes, can we hear it?
We need it. I just saw the books.
Tell Hank to unmute.
I'm unmuted now. What do you need?
Well, you're supposed to be told to be unmuted. Apophatic. Can you tell him to?
Want
Can
me
you
to
tell
get
us
my
all to
dire
unmute?
voice? Want me to get my dire voice on?
Yeah.
We can do that real quick. Yeah, so Hank, turn your mic on, dude. Just turn your mic on, dude. Go ahead. You don't know that every logos has logi. That's what St. John of Damascus says in the Fountain of Knowledge, but you don't understand that, right?
Wrong.
Bro, that's crazy.
Okay, like I was saying, this is the frequently asked questions of this atheist church. Who is welcome? You are. No matter what you believe or don't believe, you are welcome to attend our church. Many of us were raised in households where we were taught to believe in God, and we wish we'd found our way to a community based on reason much sooner than we did. So please come and join our community, whoever you are and whatever you believe.
What if
Doesn't
what
does
if
that
I don't
warm your
believe
guys'
in
heart?
atheism? Can I go there just for some snacks?
What if I don't believe in community? What was funny, Apathetic? Did you see me wink?
Well, that means you're antisocial, so you can still have servants, I guess.
Oh,
What if I
Yeah,
believe in?
I'm sure they're familiar with antisocial people. You'll be fine.
They have statues of Darwin in there.
Oh, we were talking about their icons, probably just a bunch of monkeys.
You can see pictures of your grandpa.
It's just a zoo, but much less
Wait,
fun.
Logan, are you talking to Hank? I feel some racial.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa,
whoa.
hey! Just because me and Hank are brothers over here doesn't mean you gotta bring race into it.
No, I was talking to Westford. He's my token black friend, don't you know?
I will be your token black friend.
Can I be a panda? Like half black. half
Yeah,
black?
I mean, I don't care what you believe or don't believe, so you can, in fact, be a panda and be welcome.
Give
here
it
in
a
this
billion
community.
years.
Yeah, give it enough time. I'm sure you will be a panda.
Are we allowed
Yeah,
to say mechanism on this channel?
You are. I don't care if you believe it's offensive. You're welcome here. I will validate your existence.
the mechanics of the machine with the mechanized.
I wonder if mechanics think mechanism is an offensive term.
They're basically saying whatever belief you have that's not degenerate, you can have. Come, it's okay. That's degenerate. I mean.
Well,
I
I was
agree.
going to say, how would they know whether something's degenerate or not? They have no moral fabric in which to determine that.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
they
in my
said they have
view-
secular ethics earlier. Didn't you read
Oh,
that?
shit,
You're
you're right.
not here?
I forgot about the secular ethics of making it up how I feel when I want. What's super
Exactly.
convenient to me.
Apophatic was too weak and shallow to be able to explain why secular ethics don't exist. So
This is the first time
I
I
was
haven't been
too
able to
weak?
keep up with my
Let
own
them have
chat.
feelings.
Huh?
There's use of feelings to figure out
It's
what.
just a fact. You just can't argue against it.
Can't
This
argue
is-
against it.
If you argue against secular ethics, then you're a bigot. That's not
Yeah,
enough.
we identify as secular ethics here, and you are killing people by ruining our identity.
I actually
Yeah,
believe
right.
that I am the embodiment of secular ethics, and I don't care what you believe or don't believe, but I believe that I am the physical embodiment. Much like when the Holy Spirit as a dove descended on Jesus Christ, I believe that happened to me, but in the form of secular ethics descending upon me, and I am the avatar of secular ethics, and I
But
just
that would
you
make you
show
a
us?
god. So I'm playing peekaboo. I can't see gods. No,
Well,
I'm not gonna look at you.
I don't
That's
care if
That's
that's
what
You're
I
a
said.
god.
Can you show
don't
us?
exist.
Can you show us on the doll where the morality field touched you?
it went through me, and it penetrates me. It moves us all. It surrounds us. Let's continue, shall we? We haven't even gotten through the second one. So, who gives the sermons? You do. Our weekly sermons are
Wow.
given by members of the congregation, and the diversity of our speakers testifies to that. If you want to speak, we encourage you to speak. After the sermon, we sit in a circle and discuss.
We pass a talking unicorn.
We're all unconvinced here.
We pass a talking unicorn. Why is that in quotes? What is it? Is it not a talking unicorn? And whoever
Is
raises
it like a?
It's a plush octopus, but it identifies as a talking unicorn.
I don't care if you believe or don't believe in the talking unicorn. You just have to pass it around. Whoever raises their hand and holds the unicorn is able to say anything they think or feel. We try to listen, to understand each other, and to be respectfully explore rational thinking together. There is no dogma other than an agreement that while being aware of our feelings is important, the best way to personally grow and improve the world is through applying reason to solve life's problems. Any thoughts there?
Isn't that dogma?
No, we said we don't believe in dogma.
Then what do we call this? Katma? What is this?
It's our frequently asked questions section. I'm not. I think that's a nonsense question. I think it's a category error.
I think there's like a meditation period for Albert Einstein. He's one of their saints. You can see that after.
It sounds like they take after like Roman Catholicism. Don't they have like a bunch of like Albert Einstein and people like that as saints?
Just read the quote after that.
Well, I'm just
you're listening for 20 minutes and you still can't figure out what's going on. Is that my fault?
Well, okay, you see, our point of view is we go down to the supervenience store and we pick up our secular morals.
Yes, yeah, your local corner supervenience market. My question to you, Distinction, is: are you the comedy police? Are you trying to bring me down? Are you trying to put me away?
Yeah, they follow me around. They call themselves the Keystone Cop Crew, or maybe I just call them that. So yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. You ain't gonna get me. Is all I know. The comedy police.
There's a guy preaching in the chat. He's like preaching evangelical stuff.
Well, we can. This is the first time I've had more than like 10 people in my chat. So this is the first time I haven't been able to read every single thing.
Can you pull up his the gold?
Who shared your channel?
What, this one?
Yeah.
When you pray out loud and you feel a spirit begin to take over your voice, you can channel the Spirit of God, for it is building up your faith. Amen.
The pre-list.
He really is like this is.
You must yield to it. It's also known as glossalia.
Gold Goblin, can demons? Can you be possessed by a demon? Can a demon do this to you as well?
I love that his handle is Gold Goblin. Because he can be a little evangelical goblin with his ramblings.
I'm speaking the truth.
I'm correct. Greek in KJV Bible.
How do you know? Okay, this is. It's funny. This is good that it's happened. This is good. This is this is edifying. This is good. He's speaking the truth and he's not ashamed. I think, even though we're talking about atheism and atheist religion, can you guys see any parallels?
The root of all atheism comes from Protestantism.
How do you know that you're speaking the truth?
I just know, man. I just feel.
Well, you see, atheism isn't a religion and Protestantism is, because they're both based off of your subjective feelings with no normative authority.
So they're both religions.
Do you have evidence?
The religions of me.
Okay, Apophatic, you take this one.
It says, just read your Bible. I got scriptures for everything to back it up, because this tongues is evidence of God. So what are you trying to give me a critique here? What are you talking about?
I mean, like, he's got scriptures to back everything up. I think it's just a sola scriptura thing.
Oh, sola scriptura. Well, tongues, the gift of tongues, if you believe you have them, then repeat everything that was said at Pentecost.
We're waiting. Okay.
Whoa, hold up. So tongues is he a Pentecostal? Is that what's happening?
It definitely sounds like it.
Do I need to testify before him? Because that's the only way they care.
Whoa,
trying to watch my language. My bad.
Family channel.
Channel of the Lord.
Enslaved by Truth asks, is orthodoxy a religion? I've heard many orthos say that it's not. Does anybody have any perspective there?
It's the truth, brother.
It's obviously a religion.
It's a
apophatic.
It is
orthodoxy. It is.
Yeah, it's a form of worship.
Yes,
it's a religion, but that has the full truth. Well, it is.
I have no problem with calling orthodoxy a religion. To me, I call it a religion all the time. I think maybe there's some people that would say, because we can call it the fullness of the truth, that they wouldn't. I think this like whole like I don't call it religion thing is just coming from converts that come from a evangelical. It's not a religion. It's a relationship thing.
I mean, what's wrong with religion?
Well, you see, the way I was going to put it is I'm going to have a Jordan Peterson moment and be like, depends on what you mean by religion. But yeah, there's a couple of ways to put it. I mean, if you want to say it's the only true religion, that's viable. If you want to say it's the wholeness of the truth and not really a religion, yeah, that's also viable. it really depends on what you mean by religion and how you want to state it.
Right. I mean, I think saying every time I hear people say it's not a religion, it feels like a bumper sticker to me. So I mean, even if
socially it's a religion, but when you
Yeah, as far as just normal everyday parlance, it would be a religion.
yeah, but when you go into depth of it, it's not a religion. Into the depth of orthodoxy, we don't believe that it's a religion, as in like it's just a box you check off. It's we don't believe it is.
I think
but
potentially somebody could try to make an argument like, oh, but again, it's just, it depends. It's kind of like when people have a system or there's a philosophy and you have to look at it by how they're using those words. I think maybe I'd have to look at what you're saying with Father Peter here, saying it's not a religion, but potentially he's saying that religion in the way he's talking is when it's just traditionalism. It's just these externals for the sake of that, but it's real internal change and it's a real relationship. But I mean, it's like kind of hair splitting at that point. I just have to be hearing what he's saying in context. I say it's a religion. I don't see any problem with that.
Well, my assumption whenever I would hear
depends when you use it as like when you use the word religion to describe it.
Right. If it's like somebody's using the term religion meaning like dead religion or something like just externals and no internal change, then you could say, well, it's not religion according to that.
I mean, yeah, the way I figured they meant it whenever they first said it is it probably has more to do with they're trying to say it is the true way in which the entire world can be described. Orthodoxy is the fullness of the truth. So in that way, it is set apart from and completely different from just a normal religion, as it were.
What Gold Goblin is saying it has to be a blasphemic. Like there's no way. I need someone to.
Well, I'll see you guys later. I need to leave some atheists for tomorrow so I can
Okay.
get to
Bye, Hank.
Forrest Valkai.
Yeah, thank you.
Guy challenged.
Thank you.
See ya,
Hank.
Hankster.
Yeah, could you repost the link in the chat so the atheists can join? That'd be fun to.
I have it
Do you know how
starred.
to pin it?
I have it starred. Does that mean it's pinned? I don't
No, I
know.
don't think it doesn't look pinned. On
No,
here.
it's not.
Okay. I guess starring isn't pinning. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I've never had to do this. It's usually like 4 people and me just hanging out, and there's never been like a chat just going.
Oh, that's
Can't
good.
Jim Bob just rated, I believe. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, that's what's happened.
So you should try and pin it. Do you know how to pin it?
I press star. I don't know, man. I don't see it. There's nothing here that says pin. Anyways.
Who's
I deleted it. Well, that's not the opposite of what I wanted. Refresh the page. What do you mean refresh the page?
You need to get a mod.
Isaiah 9:6 proves Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's let the Protestant. Hey, let's just let the Protestant. He can sit in his corner and he can, I don't care what he believes or doesn't believe. We've already said that in our statement of faith here. Let's continue on. Okay. How do you guys feel about this whole circle thing they got going on with the talking unicorns? Do you guys feel like that's a good way to set up a religion? Is that a good hierarchy?
Yeah, it's nice.
When the newest person can walk up and grab the unicorn.
When you have the unicorn in your hand, that's when you hold the power.
I don't even think you need to explain the talking unicorn. I think a new person would come for the first time, they'd see it, and they would just know what's going on. They'd know what to do. They'd be perfectly oriented.
So
everyone orients too.
There's a really good ecclesiology here.
Yes, obviously, the best way to structure a religion is to have all of the unwashed masses with no knowledge or experience just speak their heart. Obviously, that is how we, that's how things should work. We believe in democracy, right? Come on, liberty, freedom.
You don't want to restrict the people's rights, right?
Right. They have a right to just spew nonsense.
I feel a little uncomfortable because I feel like one of y'all are about to start saying that I'm like 3/5 of a person or something, and I just don't want it to go there. So let's try to move on, please. I think it'd be a lot of fun to go to this, and it's a shame that I think they only meet on Sundays because I wouldn't actually miss a real church service to go to this thing. But if it was on like a Tuesday, then I probably would. But I would love to go and take the unicorn, and then just say like,
Oh,
I don't believe
right.
I don't believe I need to give this to anybody. I don't believe I need to share this, and I would just start, I would just start I'd be doing what the Protestant in the chat is doing right now. I would just start preaching, and I would just walk. I would take the unicorn, and I would parade around
and
my
walk
unicorn.
around with it.
Yeah,
Is the
my unicorn.
Pentecostal a modalist in the chat? He believes God has one hypostasis or something.
I haven't been reading.
believes-
I don't
I don't
know.
know. He's
There's
like
a good
saying-
chance of that.
He said apostolic Pentecostals believe in
Uh-oh.
one God and one person of God, not three distinct persons. So
We
he is
have a
modalist.
Dilla monkey here.
Yeah,
Dilla
okay.
monkey? Ooh.
Please, Jordan.
So he's a oneness Pentecostal. Ew.
Easily refuted
Is-
with dualism. But
Is Matt Delahunty here?
I don't know. This is his
Hello?
third time trying to join. Can you hear us,
Hello?
Matt? Hello, I can hear you.
Hey guys, I keep hearing you talk about this word good, saying that you can't have secular ethics. I think that's totally hogwash.
Okay, I'm not convinced
Why?
that it's not hogwash.
Yeah. You make a good
I'm
argument.
not convinced
However,
that
I am
you're not good.
unconvinced.
Can
Well,
you
first
please
of all,
explain?
can you guys
Okay,
define?
wait, who's got the unicorn?
Me.
Alright.
I have the plush octopus that identifies as a talking unicorn.
All right, can you hand it to Matt?
Let's just let Matt Delahunty.
Hand it to Matt. Hand it to Matt.
All right, Matt. Remember to give me the plush octopus that believes it is a talking unicorn after you are done speaking. Thank you.
Okay, you guys are not serious debaters. You are not serious debaters. I asked you to define what secular ethics are, and all you're talking about are stuffed animals. I demand an answer right now. What is secular ethics? So I can know we're all on the same page.
Are you saying that that plush?
Whoa.
octopus
Did
is
Matt
being-
give you the talking unicorn?
Matt, can I please have the talking unicorn?
I can't believe you guys.
You are
Did
okay.
we hurt your
Christians
feelings?
Cannot even
You-
engage in
you-
rational
you are-
discussion.
You were handed the talking unicorn, and then you belittle the talking unicorn, saying that it's silly and nonsense. You're the one with it.
You're making people commit suicide by that. You know that, right? Like you're endangering people.
Okay, I
You
have
I
are
should not be
literally erasing
platforming
their
you.
existence.
I
Just
have
let-
the damn unicorn. Now tell me, what
Just
is secular
let
ethics?
him answer.
Define it for me
let
now.
Wes answer. Let Wes answer, please.
Okay. Well,
Please
I want to
let him.
be specific, and I know one of your holy books is the dictionary. So let me pull it up real quick. I know I don't want to straw man you. I don't want to do that. Let me pull it up here. Okay. Secular ethics is a branch of moral philosophy in which ethics is such as logic, empathy, reason, or moral intuition, and not derived from belief in supernatural revelation or guidance. So there you have it. I mean, it's in the dictionary,
Good,
so it must be
good.
true.
Exactly.
must be
That's
true.
exactly what I take as a secular humanist. I believe
Okay.
in the Secular Humanist Manifesto, and I don't need divine revelation to tell me what the good is. How do I get my morality? I get it from rational consideration of the consequences of my actions, and that's how I determine what's moral.
Well, okay. Let's just say I grant. Let's just say I grant everything you just said and every interpretation of what you said. I grant it. Is atheism a religion, Matt? Is it a religion?
Well, not in the same sense that you guys, you bumbling fools that talk to an invisible deity. No, of course not. It's a rational religion, if you want to use that word.
Then, Matt, why does it say humanism is a religion in the first Humanist Manifesto?
Exactly. I'm qualifying that with the understanding that we do not get our religious dogma of what the good is from some stuffed animal in the sky you call God. Okay.
It's a
We don't
talking
get it-
unicorn.
We don't get it from a stuffed unicorn, flying unicorn monster. We get it from science, from reason, intellectualism. It's solely based on our human logical faculties, human empathy, our moral intuition. It's not derived from any supernatural revelation or guidance of some mystical sky daddy. We don't need that. Okay.
Where'd you get your moral intuition from?
Did you not hear anything I said, Nadim? I said we got it from human faculties such as logic, empathy,
What is
reason,
logic?
moral
What is logic?
intuition.
What is logic?
I mean, isn't it obvious what logic is?
No.
Why does
I'm
a
dumb. I
Christian
need
have to
know.
ask me what logic
I'm a
is? I'm not-
skeptic. Nothing is obvious.
Yeah, don't you
I'm
see
not
my name?
convinced. I'm not
I'm the
convinced. I heard an
rational,
argument.
thinking, skeptical Logan. I
Not
ask
an
the important
argument.
questions.
I'm not
Saying-
convinced I
saying
heard an
it's
argument in any of
obvious is
that.
not an argument.
Okay, you're
Matt.
not going to use neurolinguistic
Do you look like
programming on
Matt
me by
Lahoud?
repeating my quotes. Okay, you're not going to do that. I'm not
Okay.
convinced is my quote. You're not going to NLP
Okay, I'm
me
just not.
and,
Okay,
and use
I
that on
stop.
me. Okay, that's
Can I
my
apply your
logic.
principle?
Such a good
That's my
argument,
logic.
but I just stop.
All right.
Okay, we need to abide by the talking unicorn if this is going to be a productive, good faith debate. Okay, so I'm taking it right now, through the will to power. I'm taking the unicorn, and we're going to proceed a little bit. Why do we call ourselves a church, an atheist church? Well, of course, Albert Einstein says if at first an idea is not absurd, then there's no hope for it. So we are openly acknowledging that it's absurd to call ourselves a church. And like Distinction says, I remain unconvinced. About what? Doesn't matter. I'm unconvinced. So do you disagree with Albert Einstein, Matt? Do you not agree with Albert Einstein about us calling ourselves a church?
Hold on.
I mean, he's one of the saints of your church.
Albert Einstein is a phony. But that's not
If
empirically
at the
proven.
first an idea is not absurd, then there's no hope for it.
Wow, what an argument!
Well, now I'm convinced that you can
I-
read. So that's good.
It just seems like this is being taken out of context, or some
No,
sort.
I don't think you can take that out of context. It's right there. It's in our frequently asked questions. Let me see that FAQ.
Why
not
do
a
you
quote
feel the
mine.
urge?
Okay, listen.
Why do you feel the urge
I don't
to
know
defend-
anything about this Seattle atheist church. Okay, I belong to the secular or the American Humanist Association. Okay,
So you
so
do
we,
belong to
we,
a
we
sort
have
of
our
church.
own manifesto signed by 30 intelligent skeptics in 1933.
30?
And we've agreed upon a creed, a dogma, and so I don't know anything about this secular atheist church in Seattle. Okay, I don't know.
Okay, let's
I'm
just
not-
say I
I'm-
granted all of that. Do you believe in the moral field?
As long as we understand moral field as the external, the external agreement by which many rational individuals have come together and established what's good for society.
Okay,
Yes.
so if let me jump in. If a society, their society together, they agreed upon a moral structure, and this moral structure is against your moral structure. For example, it's good to kill, or it's good to grape, sorry, or it's good
Thank you.
to do anything of the sorts. What do you think about that? So it's just fine as long as a group of people agreed upon moral values. So that makes moral values of a society. Is that your point of view, Matt?
Well, first of all, before you start getting into whataboutisms, I want you to answer me, Mr. Nadim. Did what I say, is that an objective standard or criteria that I just presented?
For you, yeah, you just said that it's an objective. It's an objective thing. It's not an objective
Right.
thing. It isn't.
It's subjective.
It isn't.
What makes something objective as opposed to subjective?
Something objective is something that's an absolute. So it's something that comes. I can explain to you what subjective is. My view of subjective.
Oh my gosh. Apathetic.
Subjective.
Are you getting the whiteboard out?
Well, I'm not hearing an answer. Apophatic, can
Yeah.
you demonstrate
Subjective.
what objective is?
Is your own
Bruh,
perspective.
unmute.
Being subjective.
Yeah, so objective is not based on preference. So no matter what someone prefers or someone says or someone feels, it's still going to be the case. That's what objective is.
Did you write anything on that? I don't see anything.
It's transparent.
Oh, okay. Just like the moral field.
Subjective is
brain.
something that is based on
I mean,
preference.
I don't know, man. The morals are pretty clear cut and visible whenever I go down to the super convenience store or supervenience store. My bad.
So you're telling me that an external standard by which multiple people have established, say a constitution, a dogma, a list of dogmas from the Secular Humanist Association, how is that not objective?
Because it's subjective to the 30
It's
people.
a
you just
preference.
stated. It's a
Do you believe
preference
there's
of those-
teleology?
Yes, but they've now made it an object, right? They've agreed upon the standard. They've made it an object. It's
So
no
just
longer
because
there's
someone
subjective
agrees upon a
view.
standard means that we should accept it as objective? I mean, there's been a
So
lot of
if-
agreed upon
So
standards.
if a group
that
of
changed.
so if a group of subjective people agreed upon one subjective thing, it becomes objective. That's what you're saying. Am I hearing you right?
Yeah, why can we not agree on things in a consensus and to come to truth that way? Doesn't science work on consensus?
Okay, so us
sure.
four, we
Of
believe.
course, it works
Okay,
on
us-
consensus. But
in
that's
our
how do we get to
subjective
our
view-
objective standards? Is by consensus. It can't work
Okay,
any
so
other
in
way.
our subjective view, listen, in our subjective view, me, Logan, Apophatic, and Westford believe in God. So then it becomes objective. Now it's objective that God exists. That's your line of thinking, man. Just
Well, I believe in standards that are epistemologically sound, such as empiricism, empirical standards. You guys coming together and agreeing on a
Can you
fairy
empirically
tale
justify the principle of induction?
or a bunch of poems. No, that's not objective. Because
Who-
that's not
who's
using,
talking about
that's not using an objective standard. No.
but
In
you're
fact,
not
Christianity
using
is not a
objective
moral
standard
system.
either.
It's an immoral system.
You're
Matt,
not-
I do have one question for you.
How do you know
I
if
grant
it's immoral
everything
or
you
not?
said.
How do you know if it's
Nadim, we grant everything he says. Don't you agree? We grant everything he said. We don't
Yeah.
concede. We grant it, right? We grant everything he just said.
Now,
Matt, my question
so-
to you. This is going to be a Scooby-Doo moment. Matt, my question is to you. Are you Christian Mario?
I don't. Why do people keep bringing this person Christian Mario's name up? I've never interacted with him. I keep hearing his name being brought up. No,
I've never seen the two of you in the same room before.
it's like everyone bringing up Alex O'Connor. All I did was do an interview with Alex O'Connor. We talked about veganism. Now everybody won't shut up about Alex O'Connor.
Are you mad?
People must be
Delahunty?
trolling me. People just must be
Are
trolling.
you actually mad, Delahunty?
No,
Well-
my name is actually Matt Dillamonkey.
Oh, okay. Well, as you can see, in our atheist church, that is a little offensive. I think because, as you can see, we are covered in monkey iconography.
I think you're
there is
culturally
honor in-
appropriating.
Yes,
But if we all
making fun
believe
of my
that
ancestors.
it's offensive, then it becomes objective. So then it's objectively offensive, not only in our atheist church. You see, us four, we believe that it's offensive. Then
Yeah, if we are collectively offended, that means it is concretely offensive, correct?
If we come to a
Yeah.
consensus that we are all offended, then you must be objectively offensive.
Exactly.
Well, Matt, maybe this will, if we continue to go through the frequently asked questions, potentially that will help bring you into the fold of our atheist church. I mean, if you weren't convinced about, the circles where we pass around a unicorn and you give the sermon, then I'm not sure what else will be, but maybe something else here will. So let's try it. Did I read all this?
Listen, guys.
Oh,
God
okay.
knows exactly how much evidence I would need to be convinced. But
Who
there
knows?
there is no such evidence. So therefore, he
knows?
either doesn't exist or he doesn't want me to believe. It's as simple as that.
Who knows?
Matt, have you ever wrestled with the classical argument, the problem of pleasure, which demonstrates that if pleasure exists, then God must exist? Have you grappled with that? It's a logical argument.
Maybe I did in undergrad, but if you could jog my memory.
Well, okay. The formal argument goes: if there is, pleasure in the world that feels good, seems good, then it must be good. Then as a logical entailment to that, then it's impossible for there to be no God, because pleasure would have to come from some kind of benevolent God. I mean, have you wrestled with that? Philosophers have talked about this problem for thousands of years.
We're just talking about the fairy tale.
I'd like to see a syllogism for this. Maybe the guy with the whiteboard could present the syllogism.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, I was going to go through our frequently asked questions, but I guess we're getting derailed again. So, Dejire, can you please give him the logical syllogism for the problem of pleasure? The logical argumentation totally defeats atheism.
Okay, I just got back. All right. So, the problem of pleasure.
Yeah, the problem of pleasure, the classical argument, it's nuclear argument, destroys atheism, demonstrates that that the atheist, if there's no source of pleasure, then obviously there cannot be the atheist worldview. It cannot be true.
Right. So I have it right here. So P1, let me write this down, maybe make it clear on the channel here.
He's awfully slow.
Nadim,
I'm very slow. I'm so sorry.
Nadim, can you do some kind of like background music?
Yes, please.
Hold on, I need to get coffee from my wife. Hold on.
A double espresso shot.
Hey, honey, can you get me some coffee with some Manuka honey in there, please?
Is he trying to make fun of Jay?
My throat's a little bit sore.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
I have to do adhan. The distinction is telling me to do a call for prayer.
Someone? Oh, okay, yes. In a non-mysterious way, we will send our thoughts and feelings. We will change our profile pictures in support of this fellow conscious being.
No, I think he's getting me to call like on the Muslim type. Like I need to start shouting some Quran verses.
Oh, that was
for the chat to start having the foot of Allah in their spirits.
The Farney, this has to be a joke. The argument is stupid. Are you talking about the gold goblin? Or are you talking about us? What are you talking about?
Are you talking about like the amazing argument for pleasure?
I assure you, the problem of pleasure is a very serious and very real argument.
It's worth the wait.
That's a good argument.
So, premise one is pleasure. Get this right. Pleasure is a necessary precondition for disproving atheism. And since we have pleasure, and since we have disproving atheism via retorsion, therefore pleasure. That's the syllogism.
Okay.
You want me to put
Matt,
it in the side chat for you?
Hold it up for me.
Hold it up.
My eyes are a little bit dim.
My handwriting's a little bit bad, bro. I'm sorry. Let me try to get that there.
Can you refute it, Matt?
Are you? Well, okay. I mean, just because this looks valid, it may not be sound. Okay, this may not be.
How is it not sound? What's the argument against premise one?
It looks valid and all, but I feel like you're questioning my presuppositions. Therefore, you're just doing word salad.
Yeah. Look, I'm not.
Therefore, you're subjective.
I'm not convinced. Just because you make this argument that pleasure exists, it doesn't make it so. Okay. I'm not convinced. I haven't seen enough evidence.
That's personally incredulous, dude. I don't care if you're not convinced or not.
Either God doesn't exist or he just doesn't want me to believe. Okay.
That's not an argument.
That's not an argument, dude. That's personally incredulous.
Well, hold up. No, feelings matter. So his psychological report is absolutely acceptable.
No, okay. I think
he just proved me wrong, but I just I'm not convinced. So it's wrong.
Mr. Enigmatic, are you suggesting that this isn't the real Matt Dillahunty?
No, it's Matt Dillahunty.
We addressed this earlier.
This is the real Matt Dillahunty.
Will
Right?
he please
the real
stand up?
Matt Delahanty, and it's the real Jay Dyer.
No, okay. I think what we can really to really try to focus us together. I'm going to take the talking unicorn for a second. Matt, did hearing any of that? Did you hear that logical syllogism? Did you experience any pleasure during that?
The only pleasure I get is from my wife. Okay. So no, I did not get any pleasure from the white.
Your boyfriend?
Okay.
Okay, so when you
Why
eat
are
a
you
cake,
bringing that into this? That's
when you eat
unacceptable.
sugar, do you not feel pleasure when you're gonna get your coffee in a bit?
Do you deny that you have?
My wife is a woman. It is. You have no right to say to degrade her.
Is this why you
insult
cared
her.
about feelings earlier? Is that why you use feelings as an argument? Because she feels like he feels like a woman. You think
Reality,
they're a woman?
The world is fundamentally emotional. Okay, it's subjective. It's emotional. That's just the cold hard fact.
That's not an argument.
If you can't accept it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I mean,
Was that argument
this
emotional?
is why you come up with coping mechanisms with your
But was
flying,
that an argument? Is that not
flying
a
bearded
fallacy?
God? Okay,
My coping mechanism.
All right.
I don't need that.
Valid arguments.
I don't
Look
need
up in your dictionary the definition of fallacy, and you'll just see yourself in it, and then you can lie and rest and just start feeling pleasure there.
I don't remember giving anyone else the unicorn. I thought I had it. Matt, do you deny experiencing pleasure? Have you never felt pleasure? If so, then you may have an argument against the argument.
Of course, I felt
pleasure.
pleasure.
Well, then what's your
Everybody's
argument
felt
against pleasure? You don't
Westford, I think
deny
you
that
should-
pleasure
I'm not
exists.
denying pleasure. Okay, I'm not really denying pleasure.
Then
I'm just
how
denying
can you?
your foolish argument, whatever that gobbledygook was. That was ridiculous. Okay, no one denies pleasure.
All right, let's
The
run it
good
one more
is
time.
pleasure.
Let's run it one more time. So, the necessary preconditions for atheism being false is pleasure. Pleasure, therefore, atheism is false. And you felt pleasure, so you don't deny that we have it. You just
one sec,
How was
Westford.
the follow that pleasure?
Westford,
debunks atheism?
ban this guy, ban just another average Canadian. And
is he spamming or what's going on?
He's saying some weird ass stuff.
Is that
I haven't been
Canadian atheist in the chat there?
Canadian atheist? I don't know.
He's
Maybe
a Canadian perv.
He's in a time. I trust you, Nadeem. He's in a timeout. I don't know
What
what
do you
he's
mean
saying. I
timeout?
wasn't reading.
Ban him. He's saying he's.
Listen,
I don't know.
just
I
because
didn't
I
read
have
it.
Saying
pleasure,
some pervy stuff, bro.
Oh, I
just
don't know.
because I experience pleasure and you experience pleasure, okay? I have no right to impose my will or over anyone else's will, to impose my pleasure on anybody else's pleasure, and that is the glue of my ethic, of cooperation, of agreement. Okay, so no, I don't deny pleasure. I don't see how it follows that pleasure disproves atheism, whatever this gobbledygook argument is.
But
So-
how is that an argument? That it's a gobbledygook argument. How is that an argument?
It's obviously a gobbledygook fallacy.
No, gobbledygook is what the pastor in our comment section is talking about.
Okay, I think well, Matt, to really refute, if we're gonna have a good faith conversation, we really need to get back to the frequently asked questions, because I think this is going to clear some stuff up for you. So, a church is a community intentionally built around a set of shared values. Seattle Atheist Church is devoted to the values of secular humanism. How could you have a problem with that, Matt? We do church without the cognitive dissonance. I thought there was going to be another part of that sentence. Sorry. We believe that the time has come for churches to celebrate rational approaches to increasing well-being for all conscious creatures.
So that's
In
their
this-
end times. So that's their prophecy. Their prophecy is that
I need to bring this to the deacons and the elders of the church, but I do think that we may have worded it such a way because some people are getting too attached to the talking unicorn. In the Seattle area, there are over 800 churches. Shouldn't there at least be one church to go to on Sunday where you can hear a message of hope based on the power of reason? How about 80 atheist churches? The time has come. Did that end? This is a frequently asked question. I don't really know what question was being asked, but I mean, there you have it. How do you feel about that?
I think he loves it.
Sounds better than any sort of Christian creed I've encountered.
I knew he's gonna love it.
Yes, our community is here to share in the hope of existential nihilism, so that we can
That was
all
just like a
find purpose in
gobbledygook.
meaninglessness.
It's so gobbledygooky.
No, Logan. Nihilism is not entailed by atheism or skepticism. How do you?
You sounded
how
a
do you-
little too much like Squidward there. No, Logan.
Well,
Sorry,
I did
Westford.
enjoy- I did enjoy
that was
watching
not,
Squidward.
that was not moral from you.
I'm sorry. That was
not moral.
I was not being compassionate.
You weren't being compassionate. I
I think some
you
people in
should
the chat are confused because we are, like Logan has said, we are a few layers deep into the satire to the point where I'm a little upside down. And I don't know if we need to reorient or not, but yeah, this definitely is.
Okay,
It's confusing for me, and I'm the one inside of it. So
Give me.
Okay,
the
listen,
unicorn.
guys, listen.
Give me the unicorn.
I came here. I heard you guys talking about secular ethics,
okay.
about the good. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. Okay, I wanted to see if you actually understood. You did provide an accurate definition of secular ethics, Mr. Westford. I appreciate that. However, I just remain unconvinced in our discussion. So
where's the contradiction?
Well, that's absolutely fair. You can remain unconvinced.
But just explain why you're unconvinced. Just saying you're unconvinced doesn't make us unconvinced. We need,
because I don't see
if you're
how
trying to
we
convince
need-
us.
Just
I
because you
you're
don't see how some
unconvincing
work
us.
doesn't mean that it
I
doesn't
don't
work.
see how we need to be religious sycophants and worship a magical sky fairy
That's
in
not
order
an
in order
argument.
to get our morals.
That's not an argument.
Okay, I get it from the.
That's just your
Matt,
view.
did you
get my
realize that
morals.
you are
I get
Matt?
my morals.
Matt, I think the confusion. Who has the unicorn? Matt, did you realize that you were on a panel here of people who are advocating for an atheist church, a secular humanist church? You come here, you see the word church, and you think we're a bunch of bigoted Christians. Did you not know that our mission statement says that we are rational and compassionate? So
And that's an
therefore we must
objective
be.
statement because we were
No matter-
we were for. It's
Right.
objective.
Yeah,
Anything
but
that we say, hey, anything that we say or do is coming from a place of rationality and compassion and critical thinking because we said so. So anything I say has to abide by that. So it's your turn. Here's the talking unicorn.
Just
Okay,
please
listen,
stop
listen.
stating your argument.
Listen.
Just stop stating your view and give us
Are
an
you going to let me
argument.
speak?
Try to
Are you going to let me speak?
Nadine,
I have
brother.
the unicorn. I have the unicorn. Okay, listen.
He has the unicorn.
It's not that I don't believe Christians or people like yourself can be good people. You can act moral. The difference is you have to engage and enslave yourself to a sycophant, to become a sycophant for this deity that is yet to be demonstrated to even exist, where I can be a moral person and use logic and empathy and reason and my moral intuitions without the necessity of some deity. So
Okay, convince me
difference.
of that, please. Convince me. Try and convince me of the belief you just stated. Convince me. Why?
I get my limits from the consequences of my actions. I get my moral limits from the rational consideration.
I'm not
the
talking about
consequences of
this.
my actions. That's how I
You're
determine
not
what's
listening.
moral.
You're
I
not
get my
listening.
foundation.
You're not listening.
You're not listening to me, frankly. I
You're
get
not
my
listening.
moral foundation
You're not listening.
from my actions' effects on people around me. And if we're going to live cooperatively and share space, we're going to have to recognize that impact. And we're going to have to come to an agreement upon an objective standard that we all agree upon in order to cooperate upon this shared space.
Okay, where'd you get those ethical values? If any 30 people, if any 30 people group in one setting and decide on their subjective views, does it become the ultimate moral values that we have to follow in a society? That's your view, and you expect me to just bow down and just be convinced?
Well, it's Sir Don.
Just say, oh,
Matt definitely wants you to bow down. He might actually bow down himself. I'll just let you know.
And just I'm gonna let you answer, but when you answer, just give me an argument. I don't mind you having something like an opposite view of me, but just give me an argument, man. Just stop stating what you believe. That's Okay. Now give me.
Nadim, I'm going to ask you not to break character. I'm going to ask you not to laugh. I don't want another. I don't want a Jimmy Fallon on this stream. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I'm gonna ask you to stay in
I'm
character.
gonna give.
Listen,
I
guys.
just wanted to hand out.
Are y'all snatching the talking unicorn right now?
Yeah, sorry, it's ripped to shreds. Honestly, I think I've got the leg, and he's got the horn, and
I think
sorry.
we should
So
give.
I want y'all real quick. I need to make sure y'all aren't fascist, bigoted sycophants, and that you do indeed affirm that is a talking unicorn and not just a plush octopus.
It is a talking unicorn.
No,
It's
I
a
don't.
true
I don't care
unicorn.
what you believe or what you don't believe, but I honestly don't believe I know what the definition of sycophant is, and I'm not convinced I need to learn that.
But
Well,
everyone
thankfully,
has his
neither
own
am I.
truth, that's the thing. Everyone
I will
has
use
his
the
own
word,
truth.
but I'm not convinced I know what it means.
Everyone has his own truth, and whatever we
Someone
believe
who
is true is true.
obsessively acts like.
I just told you I don't care. I don't need to know it. Why are you shoving your definitions down my throat?
Typical Christian behavior. I don't need to know this. I don't need to know that. I just need faith.
You know, do you know that we're making fun of the view? That's not.
Nadim, you are not allowed to break the fourth wall. You break character, you laugh. I mean, just because I do it a little bit. You can't speak to the audience like that. You have to respect their intelligence.
Listen, guys, my coffee's waiting for me. I need to go to my boyfriend. I mean, my.
All right, that's enough of that. Why do you use
I think I'm now convinced that
Going to his husband.
I'm convinced that he's Orthodox.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that he's not Christian Mario.
All right, so that I just want to say real quick, that was the perfect character break. Just exit.
That was good. Okay, I'm glad we as a community came together for that. Okay, so why do we use the word atheist? Atheists, agnostics, skeptics, freethinkers, and everyone else are welcome at church. We use the word atheist because you will never hear anything supernatural promoted in a sermon, even though who gives the sermons? You do. And we don't have any dogma. We don't have any rules. You can come and say anything you want, except there's nothing supernatural promoted in a sermon.
Seems like an inconsistency there. Seems like a dogma.
I think we might need to meet with the elders.
There
We
is
have to
no
meet with the
dogma.
elders, man, because this is very
only
serious.
Dogma is that there is no dogma. So that.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that part, because atheism doesn't necessarily entail physicalism. Like, what about us nominalist atheists, where we believe there is some abstract things, but we just make them the hell up as we go?
Well, Brother Logan, whenever you get on this next Sunday, if you get the talking unicorn, then you can spread your nominalism as far as wide as the circle is.
Yeah, but there's a hierarchy. You have to abide by the hierarchy.
The hierarchy is the circle with the unicorn.
Yeah, but the circle comes first. Atheist, then agnostic, then skeptics, then freethinkers, then everyone else. So you have to abide by that.
It's concentric circles.
Right. My apology. As a mere freethinker and not a fully received atheist, I should be a little more careful.
I mean, I think next time when you have more time with the unicorn, I think you might start being a skeptic. I mean, I think we might be able to elevate you to this.
Yes, the elders and the deacons will convene to see if you are ready to be elevated.
The bishop commands you, Mr. Resford, to mod me.
Huh?
That's their dogma. Yeah, the deacons at the church, at our church, they commanded that you mod me in your YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. Once I figure out how to do that, then I'm sure I will. I honestly, somebody else asked earlier, and I spent while you guys were talking, I spent 5 minutes where the heck is that? I don't know if I can do that while I'm on.
I think Rip has been trying to become a mod, and I think he left as soon as he didn't become a mod. I think he's a mod in every other channel.
Okay, so let's finish.
I think I think Mr. Just Another Average Canadian would like to jump on. He seems to have very serious issues with our dogmatic lack of dogma.
I have the link.
No, don't get this guy. Don't get this guy.
Join us.
He's gonna
We're
ban
all
your channel.
unconvinced here.
Anybody that wants to join, as long as they don't do anything insanely degen, they are allowed to have at least 10 seconds. They will get the unicorn. We have to abide by our own ethics here, you guys. Who gives the sermons? You do. So
The only rule is you must affirm the unicorn. I don't care if it looks like an octopus to you. Affirm the unicorn.
Rip, do you know how to throw wrenches?
I think I have to go back to my main page, but I'm trying not to do that while I'm doing this bit, and I'm not trying to throw a wrench in my own bit. So let's finish that. Here we go.
Well, I mean,
some people, Brother Logan, who has the unicorn?
Oh,
you do, Brother Westford. My apologies.
Thank you, Brother Logan. Some people are atheist, but afraid to use the word. We want to normalize the word atheist. In a culture that celebrates superstition, it is meaningful to identify someone who does not. Do you guys have any objections there?
I would never object to Seattle Church of Atheism.
I would never backtalk the elders.
I would
Not
never
in-
question it.
Never do it.
Not
Through
in
my
this
critical
good
thinking,
rational institution.
I would never question.
Never,
Okay,
never.
we may not be able to prove that God does not exist, but we believe they do not in the same way we believe unicorns don't exist. Okay, they use they for God, I think. If 92% of people believed in unicorns, which we do, obviously, with our talking unicorn, we'd come out as unicornists. A unicornists. You do not have to be professed atheist or a unicornist to be a member of the church. See here for the creed, which we've gone through extensively earlier. How often do we meet? We meet each Sunday at noon, blah, blah, blah. The service is a 20-minute sermon followed by everyone sitting around and talking while we enjoy punch and cookies. Very nutritious. We want to make sure everybody's fed well. And
then there's an optional orgy at the end.
Oh yeah, I mean but it's definitely we're friendly, we're seeker friendly, so it is optional. Only join.
Very good if you want to get diabetes.
Yeah, somehow the orgy gives you diabetes. It's quite remarkable. You may be thinking there's nothing to say about atheism, which I don't know if anybody was thinking that, but we talk about similar things as in other churches, like how can I best live my life? We apply reason to answer the question, which obviously Christians and every other, 92% of the whole world doesn't do that. We are not superior to them. We just use reason, unlike those stupid monkeys.
Can they define what reason is?
Why would we have to? We've gone over this. We've gone over this many times.
Can we send them?
We don't spend much time on anti-apologetics.
I need their knowledge of truth about reason.
We have anti-apologetics about once a year. So, I mean, I don't see anything wrong here.
Stealing my joke. In the chat, he's stealing my joke.
He bet that atheist church smells like a fat gamer. Yep, that's we all agree. There's no dissent here.
Oh, this week's sermon brought to you by Gamer Subs.
Guys, I think it's okay if we just lift the veil and the mask is off. This is some stupid baloney, dude. This is stupid.
Oh no, all of this has been utterly ridiculous.
r/atheist convention. I'm still standing by my beliefs right here.
Gold Goblin, I'm going to refute you right now. You say you're being silenced by mods. I'm the only one here. I don't have any mods. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Gold Goblin, if you think you're being silenced, then come up on here.
Okay, we can move out this atheist.
What do you mean you're being silenced when I've left the link for you to join and speak with your mouth?
He can go ahead
offering you the unicorn.
He can hop on here and he can explain to us why his interpretation is the objectively correct interpretation of the scriptures, which he doesn't even have the full version of.
I think we should just debate the modalism part.
Did you time out Gold Goblin?
I timed him and the Canadian guy out because they were just
Oh yeah,
spamming a bunch
because
of
you were preaching, bro. Because you
It wasn't
'cause-
even that. I mean, it's like I don't care if somebody's spurging a little bit, but if they're just sending tons and tons of things, clogging it, that's a different. Rip wants me to throw him
That's what I do.
a wrench. You got to explain
Just
to me. How to
join,
do it.
go in
Act
public.
like I'm
when you
5.
get
Let me
join,
go to let me go to
go join,
StreamYard.
join.
He's practicing for dodgeball. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
No, Goblin, I'm not saying you weren't being timed out. I timed you out because you were spamming. That's not a false accusation. I did that. I'm sending you the link to jump on and speak with your mouth. Do you want the unicorn? I don't know how to wrench. I don't know how to do it. Members? Roles. I figured it out. Team name. What the heck?
Okay, mod me.
Okay. Let's I'm gonna, I don't know. I will keep trying to figure that out as we go. We need to make headway here. Are you family friendly? Yes, several families with children are part of the church. That's horrifying.
Oh my god.
Does it
Lord
cost
have
anything
mercy.
to attend? Come be our guest for free. We operate on donations. When you decide that you want to become a member, we ask you to contribute something to cover expenses. It's a lot of cookies, a lot of
Oh,
punch.
so it's a subscription.
Yes, this is a subscription.
For cookies and orgies.
For diabetes.
We have been asked to specify a suggested donation amount. If you can, 20 a month per adult would be helpful. There are also other ways to contribute, blah, blah. Please don't anyone ever do that. This thing needs to die out.
Past
Let's see
sermons, we can watch their sermons.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow,
Oh,
what a nice.
I meant to go
This
full
is the real
screen.
bot right here.
Oh
This
my
is
gosh,
really
sorry.
good.
Yeah, I could tell just from the thumbnail. She's definitely going to be dropping some knowledge on us.
I hope I don't get
By the way,
copyright
you hit
claim from this.
500
This is way more
subscribers.
music than I was expecting.
You got 500 subscribers.
I do?
Yep, you just hit it.
No way. Wow. Congrats, brother.
I just read all this.
I think
Can you take me higher?
what happened? What's going on? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So-
Why didn't you start the video?
You don't see it? Oh,
No.
oh. Whoops. I was listening to it. So it just sounds like I'm a crazy person saying, okay.
Yes, you literally are like a crazy person. Right now.
I thought you guys were listening along. So, okay, what happened
You-
was it opened up in another tab. So I was sharing this tab while it was playing another tab. Okay.
Wait,
he
is
said the
Westward
word
not just a
greed.
crazy person?
Okay. Let me give you the context. This is how it
Hello
went. Okay.
and welcome to the Seattle Atheist Church.
I sound like a crazy person. I'm sorry.
Atheists, agnostics, skeptics, free thinkers,
Is
questioning,
that Ben Thorpe?
whatever you like to call yourselves,
Nice
you
camera
are
quality.
welcome here. At the Seattle Atheist Church, we call ourselves an atheist church because you'll never hear anything supernatural promoted from the podium. And now, onto our creed.
Can you
The
take
Seattle Atheist Church is founded on the
higher?
principles
Yeah,
of
brother.
Christianity,
That's what it was.
naturalism, and secular
That's what. So I don't
ethics,
sound like a crazy
which
person
commits
anymore.
us, on the one hand, to reason and evidence-based thinking, and on the other, to compassion for our fellow human beings. These commitments
I've
motivate
heard all
us.
this. Let's go to their rituals. I don't know anything about that.
Ooh, they got rituals.
Ooh.
It's done by a girl. Oh yeah.
As I see it, here we are on this rock that orbits a star in a quiet part of a spiral galaxy, somewhere in the great wide vastness of space and time.
Oh my gosh, so deep.
Yeah.
On our rock,
On this rock I
events,
stand.
changes, and patterns have an enormous impact on us
Ooh.
Earthlings. They are
I got
important
no
to us.
feels.
We have spent a lot of time trying to decode them, to manage our expectations, to predict what's coming, to grow, to thrive, to survive.
Wow.
No matter when or where on Earth we live, we humans tend to
making
schedule
me cry,
our
bro.
most important events around the same time. Sure, Christmas and Hanukkah are often fall around the same week, but
Get
so
to the
does
point.
the Dongzi Festival in China,
Christmas and
Holy
Hanukkah.
Shama among the Zulu, Yalda
I'm
in
gonna finish.
Iran, and
Kwanzaa.
Soyal among the
I can't
Hopi
tell which is
in the American
more
West.
tiring, the
And
woman
it's not
prattle
just
or the
certain times
atheist
of year,
prattle.
certain
Well,
times
this is
of
a woman
life,
atheist,
too.
so
I mean,
Yeah, I
that's-
know.
Cultures from the Amish
he's
to
probably
the
she's not Asian
Maasai
too. That'd be
have
like the
coming of age
trifecta.
rituals that
He's
at
talking
their
about the
core
Amish.
are the same as any bar mitzvah, quinceañera, or sweet 16 you've ever been to. Not to mention the vast array of human ways
You think
to
she's well
welcome a
acquainted with
newborn,
Hanukkah and bar
marry a
mitzvahs?
couple, honor the
Are you
dead.
asking about her
Ecstatic joy
her
to
early history?
deepest sorrow.
You suggesting
The heart
something,
of
huh,
these
Logan?
rituals lies beyond
Bagel.
belief. While
Yeah,
our
I was
calendars
thinking
have
that too. Can you
shifted
please like
and our
look towards me?
climates, politics, and superstitions vary, somewhere in the depths of whatever you
Her
celebrate,
jawline
there is very likely the
crazy.
kernel of some natural occurrence. We needn't resort to myth to get that spine-chilling thrill of being part of something grander than ourselves. Our vast universe provides us with enough profound and beautiful truths to live a spiritually fulfilling life.
Truths?
Spiritually?
Spiritual truths? Seems like a religion to me, man.
I thought the only reason without truth, without spiritual truth.
Yeah,
The
I
only
thought
truth is reasoning.
The metaphysical is the supernatural. So if they're saying there's like some type of spiritual truth going on, isn't there supernatural truths? I thought this was like nothing supernatural going on here.
Austin says, "What's going on over here?" I mean, I don't know. You tell me. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to make sense of the world.
I think he just came in. We're reviewing an atheist church, the
Mhm.
Seattle Atheist Church.
We're trying to determine if
They're the only ones who can use reason. Unlike
yeah, that's what they claim. They claim that everyone who's not an atheist is irrational, lacks critical thinking, and we're here to see if that's true and to see if they can be classified as a religion. That's what the whole thing is.
We're trying.
This is
we're
the
trying
religion
to-
they believe in the supernatural.
We're trying to escape from orthodoxy because we don't feel accepted. We're like our feelings are too hurt. in
The
orthodoxy.
unicorn's not accepted. Like, just literally just call it a unicorn. Why won't you call it a unicorn?
Yeah, my priest didn't affirm the talking unicorn. He said it was actually just a stuffed octopus, and that hurt both mine and its feelings. So,
Well, often people claim that the stuffed unicorn has pagan roots, and to me, I don't really care if that's true. I just know that I like holding it in a circle with all of my friends.
They just don't like it's multicolored corn.
It's multicultural.
Horn. The horn, no, the horn of the unicorn.
Mhm.
They just keep arguing on the colors, and I'm like, the feelings of the unicorn is getting hurt, and
Right.
we
Yeah.
can't defile the feelings of our precious.
That's
Flashy.
sacrilege. So Prodigy asks, can you explain what Orthodox Christian means? Does anyone want to take a stab at that?
What Orthodox Christianity is, the church that was founded by Jesus at Pentecost.
Logan, go in depth more.
Mic drop.
So the Orthodox Christian Church, otherwise known as the Eastern Orthodox Church or just Orthodoxy, the predominant church and faith in Russia and various Balkan countries, including Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania. It has, from basically what all of us would agree, the strongest claim, foundation, and justification for, and historical attestation to, the original church of the first millennium founded by Jesus Christ and his apostles.
It's the one true church. It is the foundation and pillar of truth. And who's got some lady yelling in the background? You hear that? Did anybody else hear that?
They have their lineage all the way back to the first apostles, to Jesus Christ. So,
Are they the ones with many popes? Yeah, I don't know. That's the Protestants. They have like 1 billion popes.
Yeah, isn't like each
No.
Protestant a pope?
Yeah,
No,
so-
we don't have a pope. We
Who
don't
has a
have-
talking unicorn?
I'm sorry. I should have given the octopus plushie that identifies.
It
as
is a
Why are
unicorn.
you
It's a unicorn.
him? What are
As a
you, a
unicorn.
bigot? You fascist?
You're killing people right now.
You are literally erasing his existence or their existence.
Yeah, so Prodigy, we believe that the Orthodox Church is the one true church that was founded at Pentecost, that the holy apostles who walked with Christ himself, they laid hands on other men and they became bishops. They were successors to them, to the apostles, and they have lineages that are able to be tracked in the real world. You know, my bishop was laid hands by by other bishops that goes all the way back to Saint Peter, actually. So we can point to that, and I mean, obviously there's tons of theology and tons of things that we believe, but that is our claim, that we are the one true church and that we have not deviated from Christ in his teachings that was handed to us by the apostles, that we believe exactly the same thing that they believe. Where Roman Catholicism would probably make similar claims that they're the one true church, but they openly admit that they do not believe the same things as the early church, that they have a development of doctrines, that their doctrine needs to change and morph, and they would say maybe grow like a seed grows into a tree, but they openly say that we don't believe what the early church believes.
And they don't claim exclusivity of the oneness of
right. And if you look
belief.
back at the church fathers, from the people that walked with Christ and walked with the people who walked with Christ, we can show the continuity between our church, the Orthodox Church, and what they believed in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th century.
Do you mind if I recommend Prodigal a book right quick?
Yeah, no problem.
If you're actually interested in learning more about orthodoxy, forget my messy bookshelf. Here's this book for inquirers called Know the Faith by Michael Chambord. This is really good for people that are just wondering exactly what orthodoxy teaches, what type of doctrines they teach. So,
and my friend Nectarios here says that there are plenty of Protestants who have bishops, but a big distinction would be the concept of apostolic succession. We believe that I just kind of lost it in my head, but no, it's Paul talking to Timothy, who says, "Do not be quick to lay hands on someone and make them a bishop," because that's a actual real power there, and they're being given like the keys that we see in Matthew. But there's an actual connection of bishops appointing other bishops, and they have to have continuity, connection, apostolic succession from the people who the apostles set up. So Protestants can be like, "Oh, I'm a bishop." It's like, okay, well, what's your connection to the apostles? I just showed up and I said that I'm an apostle. I said that I'm a bishop. They don't actually have a physical continuity through time or a spiritual continuity through.
they don't have the laying on of hands.
Well,
they don't have the laying on hands, and it's like, well, again, because Catholics would say, well, we go all the way back to Peter. It's like, okay, well, apostolic succession is more than just the lineage. It's also the spiritual lineage of holding to the same beliefs, the same faith, being on the same rock of faith.
Gold Goblin, we're not against baptism. On the contrary, baptism is one of our sacraments. I don't know, I don't know what you're trying to argue against.
I think he's arguing for modalism. Is he saying like they did it in Jesus' name, not the Father?
I don't know how familiar Gold Goblin is to Orthodoxy at all.
I mean, you have.
I just think he's a goober. I think he's a goober.
Yeah, Nadim, you don't need to feed the goober.
Yeah.
But my friend Nectario says, read Rock and Sand by Father Josiah Trenum. It's a great. It shows he goes through a historical account of the Protestant Reformation and all the different various sects and how we got to where we are with all the different Protestant beliefs and showing their lineage there. And then he compares that with an Orthodox perspective.
You can read Orthodoxy and the religion of the future.
I don't think that he's a religion of the future.
It's good. I wouldn't say like necessarily introductory book. Another one I would say is
way more introductory.
The Way by, I think it's Carlton, something like that. You guys read that one? That's if you're coming from a Protestant perspective, he's trying to relate Orthodoxy to somebody who's a Protestant, basically.
There's one. It's called the ancient church, or I don't know what. Let me look it up.
See,
Anyways,
like,
continue.
there's a lot of great introductory texts. I started possibly the wrong way. The very first thing I read when I first started catechesis was Orthodox Dogmatic Theology by Father Michael Pomazansky.
Yeah, that's it, Blue Skittle. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, I thought you were talking about the other series.
Church
I
of
thought you
the
were talking about
Apostles is a
similar.
good one.
And Gold Goblin, we're not trying to be mean to you. I mean, I think you can take. I don't know if you're a man or woman, but I mean, especially if you're a man, I think you can take being called a goober. I'd like to think you could take that. And you're saying, why can't you just do it in chat form? No, I mean, just
Oh.
if you want to present your case, we're giving you the opportunity, and even it doesn't have to be a debate. It's not like this is a formal debate or anything like that. But if you wanted to just, seemed like you were jumped in this chat trying to preach, would you like the opportunity to do that? And then we can engage.
Yeah,
Just join
not
the
really.
StreamYard. We're just gonna ask one time. Join the StreamYard if you want to have a discussion. Don't go on a rant in the side chat. You can chat as much as you want. That's fine. But like, you know, you spurg out a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, that's all we're saying. I mean, we've gotten really derailed.
We can't read everything you're writing at once. Like you're just spamming your thoughts.
You know, I got to think about the posterity. This is for like posterity. People like years from now are going to come back to this stream and they're gonna laugh, they're gonna cry, they're gonna feel many things, and I got to keep the train moving. So
I mean, you have to feel the unicorn. You have to feel the presence of the unicorn in your hand.
The burning in the bosom, the you can just feel the unicorn within inside. I mean, I can't help but do this for some reason.
Yeah, Goblin, we're also arguing for the other readers. We're not saying for us too, but I mean, I think Nicholas Mara is answering your question. So.
I mean, Goblin, you're coming in my chat. You're coming in my chat, and you're preaching something that I think that you are misguided. And I'm not trying to. You said you're not going to be offended, but it sounds like you're a Protestant. You're talking about like Pentecostal oneness or something, and to me, that's a heresy. It's total deviation from the truth. You probably have little aspects, little nuggets of truth, and I'd be fine with having a conversation with you. But if you're going to come here and try to proselytize, something that I think is incorrect, I just be a normal dude and interact in the chat like a normal person. You don't have to be a street preacher on chats.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, there's a big difference between coming in here and trying to engage and discuss the differences and similarities versus just proselytizing in an Orthodox Christian stream.
I mean, we're not gonna convert by your statements. So if you want to give arguments, you can give them. We're not against that, and we talked a lot about like the street preaching yesterday. If you want to watch the live stream of yesterday, so.
Prodigy is asking if the Book of Enoch is 100% false. I would say definitely not. It has a lot of really good things in it. It's not canonical, but to us, canonicity mostly means that it's something that's in the liturgical, setting. So the scriptures are liturgical. They are canonized, and they are something we use in our services. And Book of Enoch is not canon. It's not something we use in our services, but it's something that you can read at home. Has a lot of really good stuff in it. Maybe it's not 100% correct, but it's similar to. Have you heard of the Proto-Evangelium of James? It has the like history of Mary and the birth of Christ. It has a lot of really good stuff in it. That's our tradition, but it's not a canonical book. But it's something that I think Orthodox people should read.
Right.
And also another what's it called?
Peace.
Another explanation about the canons, because the canons like also gives the argument about the oneness of the church and the true church of the Orthodox Church. Because how do you know that scripture is correct? And you know it by the canons, and the canons were decided by the church. So are you listening to people, or are you listening to the Bible? So because the Bible was so that's just another just maybe he never heard this, maybe he's a Protestant, I don't know if he's a Protestant or not, but he seems like one. So I'm just
Which
Yeah, I don't
guy?
know.
Which guy are you talking about?
I'm talking about.
Prodigy.
She's talking about. Prodigy. Prodigy. Believe. He said at the beginning. I believe he said he was agnostic for many years, and Prodigy. I sent. It's a different guy. I think you said you recently converted to non-denominational Protestantism. You asked some questions about Orthodoxy, so it sounds like you're open and you're trying to find your way. I'm gonna link it one more time. If you want to hop on and just have a normal conversation, that's fine with me.
I've been waiting, man. I've been waiting for people to hop on so I can punch my.
And
finger.
yeah, please hop on, guys. We don't. I just don't like talking to these guys because I agree too much with them. Like, please.
Yeah, I suck, man. I'm the worst. Let's listen to this lady.
Nature is full of patterns, and we humans love finding
Bro, the
them.
crazy eye.
Right to natural theology.
That's at the core of language, math, music, and even ritual, which is the repetition of words or actions deemed worthy of representing.
Yeah, I like it better when she's reading off the paper and not looking at us with those crazy eyes.
Very private.
Yeah, it was a blessing.
Some are
I
very
love
public.
watching her jawline.
Some are so commonplace, we don't even think of them as rituals. My view is that all over the world and across time, these are all a form of art, an elaborate performance or a secret poem, all vital in their ability to help us face the nature of time and change, life and death, and everything else we cannot control.
Did this mean anything so far at all?
So much of human culture
No,
is
it has just been
designed to help
prattle.
us come to terms with the most astonishing elements of existence.
This sermon.
Every single one of us appears
convinced me.
seemingly from nowhere
I'm convinced.
and then eventually returns to nowhere. We are conceived, we grow, and we die. But what happens beyond that is a great and haunting mystery.
But didn't you just
We
say earlier
grapple
we don't
with
do
it
anything in a
by marking
mysterious
how
way?
and when things change here on Earth, both cyclically and permanently. I believe rich, meaningful rituals can be modern. You can invent one tomorrow.
Stop looking at me.
It's just the way things have always been. It's all too often used to
Read your
exclude or
script.
demean or justify the
Yeah, go
odious.
back. Don't add
No.
that.
An old tradition is not intrinsically better than a new
You are
one,
scaring me.
especially when it's such
She's
a
getting
joy
too
to
into
make
it. I'm
new
scared.
ones that reflect exactly what you believe.
I can't
She's
tell if
Ones
she's
teasing
that
up.
treating me
make
like
sense of your life as
can't
you
tell if she's treating
experience
me
it.
like I'm 4 or if she's trying to
Ones that
seduce me.
bring the world a little
I feel
Yeah.
like
closer
I'm in
to
a
the way
preschool
you
class,
wish
dude.
it could be.
Oh my god, that's
It's not
scary.
always easy to start something from scratch, though. It can feel a
Not
little
easy to start
contrived, a
something
little
from scratch.
ridiculous. You can lose that sense of inclusion in the community, being part of a legacy. Without going full Tavia, there is something deeply reassuring
What's
about
Tavia?
performing
Mark, join the stream.
exact motions.
Yeah,
your
is that the Mark
grandparents
from the other
learned,
stream?
that they
Yeah,
learned
it is.
from
Okay, that's I'm getting a headache.
Yeah.
Join the link.
So the only things of any substance I heard in that whole thing was something space nonsense,
Your
people
patterns.
on rock.
So what did you all learn from that, ladies and gentlemen?
Never listen to women atheists prattle.
We
What
need
I
to be more
learned is
compassionate.
that this is what I learned today. I learned not to watch this woman while she's literally staring at you with her eyes, bro. That is I never want to do that again. I'm sorry, I can't watch
Samantha
it.
Glove,
Yes.
they're
Sasha
schismatic.
Sagan on
My eyes are
secular
up here.
rituals.
Yeah, I learned I'm happier when she's not looking at me with them crazy eyes.
Exactly.
have-
Thank you.
They're
Any
just
thoughts on the old
schismatics.
believers?
They're just schismatics out of the church.
They're schismatics. They
I
barely
have
even exist.
Well, I mean,
Heterodox. They're like
it's people who are trying to. They're like hyper, like rigid in their traditionalism, and they're willing to leave the church, break communion with the church over some kind of small t tradition. It's similar to like I mean, we talked about this yesterday on my stream. Old calendarists who are willing to leave the church based on something that, even if they're correct, like I think personally that it's better to be on the old calendar. I wish we were all on the same calendar. The old calendar makes more sense to me. But even if we're
But it's
on
not
different
a- it's
calendars,
not a
it doesn't
schism-
mean it's not an issue. No issue is worth being a schismatic and leaving.
it's not a schismatic issue. It's not a
Right.
schismatic issue.
Yeah,
There is schismatic issues as like I think having a female deacon is a schismatic issue. But
Okay,
but
I have a
but,
question. If the Christians have the sign of the cross, what do the Dilla monkeys have? They have to have some kind of call sign. And so, like, when we say "Science bless us all," and we'll
It's
praise
this.
Testing
feminist
tubes.
iconography, what are we supposed to
They do the
say?
testing.
we do
tubes.
this.
Oh,
Yes, yes, they do the little monkey scratch.
do the poo throw.
Rolling the poop.
A Darwin fish.
Or something.
Everyone that wants to argue our position, join the stream, please. I'm very avid on this.
So
this-
Prodigy's asking about the old calendar. It is the Gregorian calendar versus the Julian calendar.
No, he's asking what are we talking about. He doesn't know anything about the issue.
Oh.
I think.
I guess that was
There are certain schismatic groups that broke off from the church over relatively minor issues that really are not of as much substance as they make it out to be. And so just avoid them because they are not part of the canonical true church anymore. They left it over, quite frankly, kind of silly stuff.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, I believe. Oh,
Nadim, are you do you work for a call center?
Thank you for calling customer support.
Thank you for calling customer service.
do you want us to LP?
Try my cookie.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I was gonna say this. We were talking about
You just
schismatic
want a washing
today.
machine, brother.
Do you
Brother,
have the
you
talking
just-
unicorn?
You just
Who has a talking unicorn?
want a washing machine. You a very brand new washing machine.
All right, Dejire.
Can you locate the serial number for me, mister?
Did you remove the tag?
You locate the serial number for me. But yeah, so those schismatics, I was talking about this yesterday, I believe I was on here, and I mentioned exactly
Bro,
that-
sorry, but
that-
just ban this Canadian guy, bro.
Is he still in
Yeah,
the chat? I keep
he's still
oh,
in the
Ban him,
chat,
stop,
dude.
stop timing him out.
He's still in the
Ban him.
chat.
Man, I'm trying to not ban people, but I mean that's like the 5th time I put him in timeout. Okay, go on.
But he was, we were talking about. There's been bad patriarchs all throughout history. These genuine Orthodox, these old believers, nonsense that just schism from the church, believe they can prop up their own church. They're they're not thinking with the mind of how the early church thought of, right? If we not just the early church, but also during, like I said, St. Maximus Confessor. That's what I use as an example usually, because St. Maximus Confessor tortured, beaten. And who is that done under by? It was done under the patriarch and the emperor, and they always get mad at that one. But
I mean-
I just want to put in like a parenthesis. I'm not Indian or Pakistani. That's just like
I remain unconvinced.
parenthesis. But it's just a statement. So I have no argument against that.
So we can go on, but I had just a couple days ago I ruminated and tried to think of all the different things I could bring up on this stream. I didn't realize it was going to be an open panel and that I was going to have more people than I've ever dreamed of having on my stream. But so a couple bullet points I have is atheists have a creation myth that they believe is literal and not allegorical. Is that good evidence for it to be a religion?
yes, I
Yeah.
would say
Yes.
I think that evolution is a religion. That's my personal belief. It's not.
So would you
Yeah.
say it's like just an atheistic sect? I mean, because I think we've talked about earlier, there's different denominations of atheism. Because they will
I'm
be
talking
like,
about the myth of creation, the creation story they have of evolution.
right.
I believe the evolution, that idea came from a philosopher named Anaximander. So what they're really doing is they're trying to overlap science with metaphysics, which 100% is that's okay. But they claim to have this neutral standpoint of we're never metaphysical. We're always just in this one little itty bitty scientific empirical space. All right. They have that kind of mindset, kind of type of moral posturing mindset. But when it comes to them on evolution, which is also from a philosophical perspective, Maybe I can quote it, but Anaximander taught that everything came from the water and evolved out of this primordial soup. And when Darwin, when he was, doing his studies of evolution with his ventures, every time he'd go on a different island, and he would see the different bird beaks and stuff like that, he made the issue of expanding the micro to the macro. That's what every single evolutionist does. And expanding the micro to the macro is not just for evolution. You can also use this for other arguments. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an over extrapolation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, Gluttons and Glory says, yep, evolution is blind faith. Carbon dating is debunked by science itself.
I think we should time out God, Guns, and Glory. He's very anti-tech support. I think, we should,
Well,
we should
I
call
will
him
pass that on to HR, and it may take a couple business days for that ticket to be processed. Nicholas Morass says, grant us one miracle, and that's the argument that I can hear myself a little bit. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but atheists believe in at least one miracle. From the atheist perspective, a miracle is something that cannot be explained by laws and regularity of nature, but the laws and regularity of nature cannot themselves be explained by the laws and regulations of nature. Therefore, they themselves, under their own definitions, believe in that one miracle. So they have a creation myth that's literal and not allegorical. They believe in miracles. I mean, we're stacking up evidences. I mean, we're not pre-serving them. Yeah, they have a church. We've for the last 2 hours, we haven't even exhausted all of the things that this one church does.
I'm gonna keep writing it down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're not going to do the pre-sup thing. So don't just say, oh, pre-sup.
No,
this is an internal critique. Okay. This is an internal critique.
Pre-sup. Pre-suppers.
I mean, they just writes down when it's pre-sub stuff. So as I don't believe he's
church ritual, creation myth,
miracles.
Yep, miracles.
Okay, and then I have they try to proselytize and convert others. They're constantly even they'll call themselves counter apologists.
Convert others.
Mm-hmm. To what end? I don't know. I don't know if they know. I don't know what their Great Commission is, but they do actively try to proselytize.
All right. Could you say that they sort of idolize atheist apologists?
Oh, yes, they definitely have their sainted figures. There's Darwin. Yeah. There is Dawkins.
Saints.
Or even you could say cult of personality.
That's true, but it's
in one sense, all of monkeys might be their saints. They're definitely like their honored ancestors.
Yeah, very, very convincing of you.
Okay, let's see what Tiffanol says. Trying to label people who believe that some of the theories of evolution are subjectively positive, trying to force those that don't believe your tribal beliefs are not objective is not a counter.
I'm sorry, but we're for with subjective views, so it's subjective. I'm sorry. That's.
I'm just gonna hand wave that and say you're gish galloping, prattle.
I saw them in Jim Bob's stream. They're just a troll.
All right, I wrote all these down. See if they're kind of all right. So they have a church,
okay,
and then they have rituals, a creation myth, miracles, and they try to convert others on Reddit. Have saints like Darwin, Richard Dawkins, Matt Dillamonkey, T Dump, and they love feelings.
Should we include that they have a religious hierarchy because they believe just about?
They have a theocracy, secular humanism.
They have natural theology. I think
secular nationalism. They're trying to get they have their own religion is the official religion of the state through secular nationalism.
Well, I was going to say they have to appeal all of their beliefs to the lab coats, so they have a hierarchical system.
Could you say they're faith-based because they have faith in their axioms, their self-evidence, first principle axioms, right? So they're faith-based.
Right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Their faith is an emergent property of their axioms.
I'm sorry, that was way too funny. Faith-based.
Yes, the emergent property.
They have ethical systems. We just went through that they say that they have secular ethics. Matt Dillahunty
Still a
jumped on
monkey.
and tried to argue that
Ooh.
point for a good half hour.
I just want to do like add maybe if we can do a vote, maybe we can like start doing a ritual watching her beautiful face on the screen.
Dude, why would I want to watch those crazy eyes ever again, dude? Like,
Yeah,
you
you're
want me
kind
to
of scaring
get
me by the fact that you're even
Well,
suggesting that.
Well, I'm
I'm sorry, but
I am.
she touched
And their
my
grandparents.
my
You say a
heart.
prayer.
You're
you light a
endangering me.
candle, You make a dessert just the way they did.
What?
And imagine the nameless generations stretching back.
Is this
into
hell?
the
Is this my own personal hell?
There is a pleasure in this. It's a kind of connectedness,
I'm in
a kind
Hades
of
right now,
time
dude.
travel, providing
Time
a sense
travel?
of certainty in what's tried and true. That's why new cultures are so often built.
There's always
upon
one
existing
person. Where's the comment? Where's the person
elements are
saying they can
borrowed,
fix her?
repurposed, reinterpreted, appropriated, stolen, or used to quell unwilling converts. Some new secular scientific tradition
Says
would
it all like
undoubtedly
the first time she's read
borrow
it, and
from
it
the
like, makes me so
theistic
happy.
one.
Like it's a love letter.
For example, throughout this book, I have found it impossible not to use the language of belief. Words like sacred, magical, and spiritual
They're
come
saying the
from
quiet part
theism,
out loud.
but they describe the same feeling, even when it's
They're not even hiding it.
by the understanding of scientific phenomena.
Then why do you claim that
These
you only
words
use
are
reason?
evolving with our understanding of our place in the splendor
Yes,
of
our
existence.
church community to find spiritual
For years,
nourishment
people
in
told
a
me
complete
that once I had
magical
children, I would
dismissal
become
of
more
our
religious.
spirituality.
I'm sorry, but she has the talking unicorn right now.
Well, she's also spouting
Weren't only
nonsense.
religious people necessarily.
It's
In
okay,
most
we-
cases, they were not
That's
even
the feeling
believers.
of the unicorn.
Just
You can
people
The
who
unicorn making her
realized
eyes
that
look like
children
that?
need traditions and that's what religion provides.
That's
I'm
my
sorry,
magical
usually
power.
get
I can
a
make
little
any
different.
woman have crazy
But
eyes.
they were partially right.
I'm offended that
I
you're
do now
you're
have
offended.
an increased urge to
unicorn
celebrate
holder.
things with our daughter.
I'm offended.
I love and have always loved special occasions, the break from monotony, a reason to put on a dress, the banter, feasts, merriments, and the feeling of being part of a group. I love parties, the marking of time, the sensation of feeling it pass.
I need
And I want to provide that for my
My name is Sasha Sagan, and I like to party.
child. I want to make
Let's all
her
have fun.
face light
Sasha
up.
Satan.
I want to evoke that gleeful giggle, that sense of wonder that makes
She does
life
talk
on
to us like
earth
we're
feel so
children.
magical, so intentional when
It's
you're
making
little.
me itch.
But I can't go
So
through the
magical.
motions. I can't bring myself
Reason-
to tell her
reason is so
anything that I
magical.
don't think is true. So
Would you tell your daughter that life is meaningless and she's gonna die and never see her grandma again?
Yeah, probably
but
around the
most
age of 8.
important
That's when I
thing
learned
is
it.
that you feel the giggles of spirituality.
Okay, Dejar, did you get anything else from that? Was there anything
Yeah,
discernible?
so I got science fiction, magical, spiritual, and that's about it. So they believe in science fiction. They believe in time travel. Okay, they
She said that
probably-
she can't use. She has to use the language of belief. Did you get that? That go over your head?
I didn't write that down.
I mean, if we don't stack enough evidence up.
Already put faith base down.
Okay,
but-
that counts. But if we
But
don't
she
stack
used
enough
it-
evidences up, we're not gonna be able to convince Matt when he hops back on.
Exactly. This to me really feels like they're embracing the metaphysical. Remember earlier they said we don't teach anything supernatural. We really don't. What is magical? Is that, if that's not supernatural, I don't know what is. Is that not metaphysical, guys?
Well,
I'm not convinced it's not.
it got me in the beginning whenever well, not in the very beginning of the video, but the beginning of her prattling that yeah, in the FAQ and the about section it was talking about we don't acknowledge anything supernatural, but one of the first things she said was a sense of spiritual wellness.
No,
Where's
they're
the-
like
Where's the
we
spirit
don't-
found?
We
Huh?
don't believe in anything other than reason, and only us can reason, not like the other religions, but we have to use faith-based religions.
Yeah, only
for us
we
to
have
feel the
critical thinking, but we have
spirituality
to use your
and
language.
the giggles of spirituality.
Didn't she
I
say
wanna
divine
add-
giggles? Did she say
Yeah, I
divine
wanna-
The
giggles?
giggles.
Divine.
She said divine giggles, I think.
Divine giggles. They're like the Muslims. They believe in the uncreated laugh of Allah.
Through the uncreated toe.
The uncreated foot. Stinky
Yeah.
foot. Smelly foot. But the definition of spiritual is literally like opposed to material things and physical things. Thought they were embracing the physical. What's going on here?
It's nonsense.
She stopped going to the orgies after like the sermon, the cookie sermon.
Oh no! I thought we were gonna be a
the alphabet song.
Oh, I was like, let's just finish her part and it'll be somebody else. But it's like 2 other things. Like, oh man.
I find myself eager to map out a year that is sometimes inspired and informed by the practices and beliefs of her ancestors on both sides, but not shackled by them. I want to create moments that make us feel united with other earthlings without the dogma that divides us.
If our ancestors believed,
is that a dogma that you want to do that?
If our ancestors
religion
believed
at its
her,
best facilitates empathy,
they would
gratitude,
all
and
kill
awe.
themselves.
Science at its best reveals true
And the game,
grandeur
and the game.
beyond our wildest dreams.
If you don't accept science at its worst, then you don't deserve science at its best.
My hope is that I can merge these into some new thing that will serve my daughter, my family, and you, dear reader, dear listener, as we navigate and celebrate the mysterious beauty and terror of being alive in our universe.
Terror?
So I most of the time when I
no,
read
no,
something
no,
like that to a group of people, it's very different than maybe what they're used to. But it sounds like I happen to be among people who have a very similar outlook, and so I'm really eager to open up the conversation. But I'll just share 2 other things before I do. One is that I think that right now in this moment where here we are on Zoom and we're so separated and we're having all of these
it's during the COVID stuff
events without the rites of passage and
Lady, we're
rituals
on
that go
StreamYard.
along with them. I
We
mean,
have rites of
the most
passage?
heart-wrenching is
Was this a Kung Flu sermon?
have lost their lives and the inability for their loved ones to have a funeral or have all be together, even if it's not the
Why have a funeral?
A traditional funeral, but have the embrace and the reassurance of
We send our good thoughts, our positive vibes, and we'll
For the
change
body.
our PFPs for the dead. Positive vibes for the dead, everybody. All right. Oh gosh.
And
Why have a
affirmation of the
funeral?
unicorn.
I'm
Why
gonna
not blend
veto
in
this
with
part. Let's see what the
nature?
alphabet song is. Is it really just the alphabet
he
song?
got us really into it, and by
There's no way the
XYZ, we were
watching her eyes.
100% committed,
I'm-
singing the alphabet song
I'm kind
with
I'm
all
I'm
of
kind
our
of
hearts
terrified.
with this gentleman who we had never met before, and he was like, "You have to sing together. It's really, really important." And we were like, "Okay, yes, we will do that." And this is like 7 years ago, and every weekend, my husband and I have sung the alphabet song together, and it's like a lot less weird now because now we have a toddler, which is a good cover. But for a while,
That's
it
their
was
main
just
prayer.
2 people in their mid-30s singing the alphabet song every Saturday morning. But we've really stuck with it because he was so right about, and I don't know if this is what this gentleman intended, but there's something about bringing down your defenses and doing something that's a little bit silly.
So I in Seattle, I saw an old woman. She's probably like in her 60s, and she was walking down the road, and she had a T-shirt on that said, "Yes, I still read children's books." And I think that that is where this lady's projected to end up.
Okay, I got a diagnosis for this lady.
Okay,
I self-diagnose. So the diagnosis from all that we've heard today, from the church rituals, from the creation myth and the miracles, and the trying to convert others on Reddit, and having different saints, and the divine giggle, whatever that means, and the
uncreated giggle.
She gives me big complicit in an organ harvesting scheme vibes.
The science fiction, the magical, the spiritual. So the diagnosis that I got is psychopathy and shroom chipper. That's my diagnosis. I got my diagnosis from my diagnosis.
Mark, aren't you an atheist? Mark Livgren.
Mark Livgren is a Calvinist.
Oh, okay.
He said he can't-
I forgot that he's a
Might be
Calvinist.
worse. Might be worse.
Well, Mark's a good guy. We had a conversation. Feel free to go watch that stream. It's a
Like,
conversation.
Don't get offended, Mark. I was joking.
He's a good guy.
Calvinism do be demonic and stuff, but individual Calvinists aren't necessarily bad.
Well, I've talked to Mark a bit off the stream, and he doesn't have what he would call like a strict Calvinist position.
He's an occasionalist.
You'd have to ask him. But going back to, he said he's at work and he can't hop on right now. I have on one of my bullet points is, like many Protestants, atheists seethe at the word religion. It's not a religion, it's a relationship. It's a relationship with the beyond, with the oneness, with the divine giggle. Don't call it a religion.
It's a relationship with Darwin. You have to embrace
with my
Darwin.
monkey ancestors. Return
you
to
have
monkey.
To embrace the monkey ancestors because
you have to embrace all our past saints.
Monkey
and our past saints are the good scientists like Albert Einstein and Darwin.
So it's like a scholastic religion. Through our own mental exercises, we can become saved.
But as soon as we get there, we're gonna acquire the divine giggle. So that's
the rational, skeptical, Gnostic church.
Now it's like a Pentecostal thing.
This is how you achieve true peace in your worldview. It's by being critical in your thinking, by embracing the empirical studies, and by embracing the divine giggle to come into you when you laugh at this. I'm sorry, bro. I couldn't do that.
You just acquired the divine giggle.
I acquired the divine giggle, bro. I did it. I did it, bro.
Okay, so does the divine giggle come when you surrender to the affirmation of the talking unicorn?
Yes.
Man, we've covered a lot of ground.
I think Jupe should come
a lot of ground
and give us.
Yeah, Jupe, can you hop on?
I lost brain cells today.
I didn't have any. I gained them and then I lost them again.
So sad. Honestly.
You acquired the pin comment.
I gotta get my dire voice back in.
What?
You acquired the possibility to pin a comment.
I did. Now the next step is to give someone a wrench and have them become a mod. That is the next step.
Yes.
I feel like I might have lost a couple brain cells getting confused by how deep in the satire layers we were.
Me too, honestly.
It got to the point where it was confusing. It was like, oh crap, which side of this argument are we on?
Prodigy, your brain hurts because that's what happens in growth. You know, it's like hypertrophy when you're exercising. You stretch your brain with knowledge, and it can't help from tucker you out a little bit. You know, if you don't feel no pain, no gain. I mean, what else is there to say, right? I mean, come on.
I feel that because remember when we were talking about earlier when I was arguing against that atheist statement, which is why can I not just have subjective morality? Why do we have to have odds? And then you were trolling, and then it got from the high level argumentation that I gave all the way to just trolling, and then to mix of the trolling and information, and it messes with your brain a little bit. But
Jube.
Yo.
Jube, you have the unicorn.
My God, Jube is in the chat.
Bro, I love the whiteboard diagnostic or diagnoses board. That was so funny.
Thank you for that.
If you guys do more of these streams, you should we should keep the whiteboard tradition going where it's like,
oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we gotta
honestly,
pass on the hands of
I think as soon as we get one argument for any view that opposes ours, I think Apathetic can start putting his glasses on.
You need to have that blue hat with a fish on it to seal the deal, I think.
Yes.
I think the I think the most confusing part of the night was when Mr. Dillamonkey hopped in, and we were all continually shifting which side of the argument we were on, but he just stayed steadfast, the same Dillamonkey character the whole way.
Yeah, and when he left, like, I need to get
Yeah, until he left.
That Dillamonkey character, you know,
Let me get on my.
he gets a little bit riled up
Hop on,
sometimes,
Anson.
and he needs his
Anson.
boyfriend to cool him down, cool him off.
we have the power of Job to debunk you, Hanson. So we're ready for you. Come on, hop on.
Anson, what do you mean? Do you disagree? Like, we built our whole case. We presented it to the court. Like, do you need us to go back through the evidences? Because,
Did you
like,
not see the whiteboard?
He's
Yeah.
just not convinced.
What?
He's just not convinced.
not convinced.
Yeah, hop on, Anson. Let's talk.
Let me wipe on my whiteboard.
Enson,
but
is it Enson or
We're all
Anson?
I
friendly
got
here.
my Dyer glasses here. They're actually premium. They're really good, really
Are they-
effective for dunking on the cringe atheists.
Are they
even have
Gucci
the,
prescription?
We've got the unicorn plush to pass around so nobody overtalks. So,
Right. It's very effective. It's actually
Thank you.
a platonic form of the. I don't know if anybody ever caught that, but it's a platonic form of the plushie of a what was it? An octopus that identifies as a unicorn. There's many layers.
Indeed,
Right?
indeed.
Just like
Yeah, I
how
was
we
gonna
were, we started this just as a normal analysis, and then it became part of. We were pretending to be in on it, and then there's people that thought we were actual opposition. They didn't know if we were Christian. Several people were like, I've been listening for 20 minutes. I don't know what your position is. To me, that's a win. I mean, if I can be doing some kind of joke, a bit, a character, and they're like, I don't even know what I'm watching. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Am I on a roller coaster? I mean, that I don't know what else to like. That's therefore atheism is religion. I mean, I don't know how to put it in simpler terms than that.
I mean, we lost a lot of viewers, but for like.
Well, no,
an hour-
that's not true.
For
The
an
most
hour
I've had
and a
before is
half-
like 9,
No, let
and
me
now I have
finish my
37.
phrase, brother.
We didn't lose.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have the
You
unicorn.
didn't lose. You
we
gained.
lost in the
Yeah.
beginning. We lost a lot
Yeah.
of viewers, but we kept a constant 40.
You want to know why no one
for
joined?
like an hour and a half, so that's a win for me.
No one wanted to join because the Dyer is in the chat, and when the Dyer's in the chat, no one wants to join.
Yeah, we are unapologetically infotainment here, folks. It's never quite the same mix. You know, we always make the recipe from scratch. You know, maybe it's 20-80 information, 80% info. But you know, it's always a good time here, folks.
God bless you, Bill. Christ is risen.
Truly, he is risen.
Ants, I wanted to call you Anselm, but that's not what was your name? Anon?
Anson.
Where did Anton
Anson.
Yelkin go?
Maybe his Anson. Maybe he's French.
His
I want an
messages-
actual atheist, like some actual atheist pushback. It'd be really nice.
Well, we had one
Come on,
atheist.
dude.
Yeah, where did his comment? His comment's gone. I don't know. He's an atheist. Who seems he was on Jim Bob's stream earlier. He seems like one of the best atheists. I only heard him talk for like 5 minutes, but he was rational. He was laughing. He saw that there was jokes and he was laughing with them. So can confirm that is the missing link there. We have found an atheist that evolved with a funny bone. I'd like to find more so we can, try, be able to figure out where in the fossil record that genus, so we can try to find more fossils. But we still
we need to
because
complete
Jay
the channel, this live stream by giving a ranch to Rip because he's been dying for it.
Gay Gyre attracts all the funny bone atheists.
Right.
But he
Tiff Anal, I don't even really know what you're talking about.
No, I called her a troll. You can blame it on me.
Yeah. Logan does not represent the views of the Westford channel. Hey, look. Oh, that's why you. Hey.
I think Logan is the biggest.
Hello, Anson. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Just having a good old time. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. I've never done anything like this before. I mean, I've done libertarian stuff, but I've never really done. I guess I don't know what sphere of ideology is this that I'm interested in. I don't even know what it is.
Well, I mean, this channel is an Orthodox Christian channel, but I mean, it's also focused on comedy, philosophy, just hanging out, having a good old time. Today we were talking about if atheism is or is not a religion. And you commented that you said it's not a religion. Did you want to expound on that? What your definition of religion is? How does atheism not fit into that?
Well, atheism is the absence of religion. It's not. I don't know how to put it. Like there are atheists who are dogmatic just as much as there are dogmatic theists. So, and I'm speaking about this from the perspective of an atheist. So, and having spoken with a large number of people like me, and most of them have replaced religion with some other faith system that is worse than Christianity. So that's why y'all had that stream that I was on earlier that you invited me to, I guess, like your channel on. I don't even know what that was. I was watching. That was something that I just stumbled upon. But
Jim Bob.
Yeah. I was watching Andrew Wilson the other day because I like him. I've been following him the past month or so, and he, I guess, showed me Jim Bob, and then you showed me this. So that's all I know is that I'm an atheist, and I used to be real active with the atheist. I was militant, dogmatic, and I hated all Christians back, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And I grew out of that because I hated all the other atheists because all of them they're all insane. It's I don't know quite how to put it, but
so you're saying that atheism is the lack of religion. Would you say that atheism, are you defining religion as like theism, as like a belief in some higher power or God? Is that how you're defining religion?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that atheism is an empty vessel. How do I put it? Atheists replace religion with other things that are maladaptive for that purpose. Religion is supposed to be a cohesive way for humans to organize themselves based on tradition. That's the way I look at it.
Okay.
And
That's just tradition.
So
what's that?
If I could push, if I could, so like, would you call Protestant Christians religious? Would you say that they're in a religion, or?
Yeah. I mean, they are. Yeah, and I understand that there's a pissing match between all the different sects of Christianity. Some of them consider them less holy than others, or whatever. But and y'all all have all y'all's reasons for whatever. And I actually, because of Andrew Wilson, I've kind of gotten into the logic of the Orthodox stuff, and he's got really interesting angles on that I've been following. As an atheist, it actually kind of makes sense, his explanations. But yeah, I don't know if I answered your question or not.
So to me, just to push back, or like I guess to expound upon why I asked that is when you say that it's an empty vessel, it's lacking traditions. That's very similar how I would look at Protestantism. It's like, it's got a lot of like vestiges from the history of Christianity, but it's lacking a lot of the tradition. It's they're always talking about how they need to reform. For the next, each generation needs to reform and create Christianity for themselves, and it needs to adapt to the times in a new reformational way. So to me, like that, if we're trying to define what religion is and saying that it has to have a tradition, I would say, well, can you have a tradition that's like lacking tradition? Or if you look at the Protestants, doesn't that kind of apply to them? From our perspective, it would, because we have all of these 2,000 years of history and traditions that we passed on that they are totally rejecting, and now they are either making their own little traditions that live and die after 20 years, 30 years, like little cults of personality with Pastor Billy Bob down the road. And
yeah, no, and you're onto something, but I'd say that it doesn't make it a religion or not a religion just because it has a poor tradition or the Protestantism, what you're describing from my perspective is not that it's not a religion, it's that it strayed from the foundation that made it true. From your perspective, I think that's what I'm hearing from you, and that doesn't mean it's not a religion. It just means that it's not functional. Now, I view religion as like something that helps people, understand what the truth is. And culturally, I consider myself Christian, but I've never been able to believe in God, even though I've tried. So
if it contains the truth, why wouldn't you believe in it? If it why would you just follow its social construct, not believe in it? If you believe all of it is true.
Yeah, and it's because I only think that the truth is most closely attained by Christianity based on my observation, and that's it's eventually I may be proven wrong. I have an open mind about the subject, right? So it may be the case that the kind of truth that you're looking at in terms of what you think is true through orthodoxy would be supplanted by some future knowledge. So I haven't closed my, as of right now, based on everything I've seen, I kind of agree with everything that y'all are saying in terms of orthodoxy and all that as being true, but that doesn't mean that I believe in your God. It just means that y'all are probably the closest ones to correct based on your arguments. It's all based on argument.
Right. And that's like, when we do apologetics, we have all these rational, reasonable, these arguments that we present to try to help people understand that. I mean, because a common criticism from atheists is that, we just spent the last 2 hours looking at this atheist church in my area, and they have a creed and they have a mission statement and all this stuff. And they claim that religions and Christians don't use their minds. They don't use critical thinking. They're bigoted, and we are not all of that. And part of it's just can you listen to our arguments? Can you hear us out? Does this sound like we are totally turning our brains off? Does it sound like we're not irrational? I think we have good arguments.
No, y'all have way better arguments than any other atheist I've ever tried to talk to about this kind of stuff. They just dismiss you out of hand just because y'all have your starting point is the and from my perspective, the starting point of being a Christian is actually believing in God, right?
Right.
And so just because I don't agree with where you start doesn't mean that I don't agree with where you are right now, right? And y'all's arguments, get me to that point, like the logical foundations of everything that I've heard about orthodoxy up to this point. It's probably the closest thing that I've seen to correct. But that doesn't mean that I have to agree on your starting point.
Right.
It may just be that your religion has oriented you toward wanting to know the truth so passionately that's why you have the best arguments.
Okay, then let's come back to the starting point. Why don't you believe in God? What?
I do not know the answer to that. It isn't for lack of trying. It's.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I don't understand it either. It's not something that I took lightly in my life. It's something that I've struggled with and thought that I needed to fix and correct, but it's not something that I was able to.
What do you think?
So you have no argument against God not being.
Well, he's not trying to present that. He's just saying that, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that you've not had some kind of personal experience of God. You've not had a faith where you've been able to experience, have a personal encounter with God where you were personally convinced through experience, something like that.
Right. Yeah. And it's not so much that I think that that is true. And that's a big part of it, because almost everyone that I've talked to that I've ever talked to about, their religious faith in Christianity has required that they believe in God. And if you can't get there, then you can't join the club, but that doesn't mean that everything else that you say is bullshit. And that's where the atheists get it all wrong, is that they've just thrown out every bit of tradition and everything that, civilization has built up for 2,000 years just because they disagreed with the starting point.
Have you ever read Confessions by Leo Tolstoy?
No, but that sounds like a good book.
It's really small. It's like 80 pages. I think you would probably empathize with him quite a bit. He was, the upper crust aristocracy in imperialist Russia, and he grew up in Orthodox Christianity, but he saw in the other wealthy people around him nominalism, people that didn't act the way that they pretended to believe. He saw them being hypocrites. And that eventually totally eroded his faith. He stopped believing in it. Then he came to a point where he was obsessed with knowing what is true, and he decided, I'm just going to return to the faith, and I will try my best. But he's still, and you can read it, and I think he's really genuine. But there's lots of things that in it. He has these foundational starting points of empiricism and all these rational things that he doesn't seem like he can let go of while he's trying to have faith and trying to pursue God. And he eventually apostatizes again. He says he has like this dream where he is, he's laying flat and he like sees the stars and the cosmos opening up above him. And then every time he has the thought, how am I here? What am I laying on? He like tries to look, and then the foundation he's on starts to crumble and he starts to fall. And he goes, okay, I'm just gonna look up. And then he's safe, and he tries to look down again, and then he falls into the space because he's like eroding his own foundations.
Right. Well, and I'm willing to give that a read. I like reading, so yeah, I'll do that. It's only 80 pages. I can get that done tonight. So
yeah, it's really small. Confessions by Leo.
I just want to point something out because you rely on the fact that we think that belief comes by personal experience, which we don't believe in. It's called natural theology, and we don't agree with everyone. For us, belief doesn't come from personal experience. It comes from the knowledge that we acquire through orthodoxy, or that we acquire through the truth of Christ. And there might be some spiritual experience that we live or something, but we don't what do you say, we don't rely on them because we like, they might, if you believe in God, or if you believe in the Christian God, then you believe in Satan, then there might, some of those experience might come from Satan. So that's not what we rely our belief on.
We believe that you can have like these personal encounters and experiences with God and angels and the saints and the divine. But like Nadim was saying, because we believe that also we're in a spiritual war where demons can deceive us. It says in the Bible that Satan can appear as an angel of light. He can deceive us. That we assume we probably don't have the discernment to know that. So we're not necessarily looking for spiritual experiences, even though God may grant us those. We're looking for sobriety.
So we're trying to argue that you can intellectually believe in God without any experience, any spiritual experience at all. You can find this conclusion of the presence of God, especially the Christian God, and especially through orthodoxy, that you believe in God without any experience of God. Most people don't experience God until death in orthodoxy. I think you kind of relate your view a bit on the Western Christianity.
You're absolutely right that I'm biased. I live in the southern United States, and I was raised in the Baptist church, and
Me too.
they all believe every one of them believes that God talks to them when they're going to the grocery store.
Right.
So it's just the environment that I was raised in. And to be honest with you, I don't think I've ever had like a one-on-one conversation with an Orthodox Christian before. I've had lots of open religious conversations with people about faith, but I don't know if I've ever talked to an Orthodox Christian, just because there aren't that many of them here. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this one person says, I'm struggling to find any sense in this dream at all. It just seems like faux Orthodox Christian cope. Well, I mean, I guess he's right. I should give up right now. But I wanted to say that Jesus.
Join if you want. Join if you want. Skyworks.
I guess I'm full of nonsense. This is a comedy channel. Please just remember everything I say is nonsense. But don't take me seriously. I don't.
I just want to also do a statement. Okay. Thank you very much, Anson. You're very reasonable for the atheists that we
yeah. I mean, you're one of the most reasonable atheists I've ever talked to. I mean, I've had a dozen really good atheist friends, but we tend to not end up talking about deeper things. But it's like when I'm really good friends with somebody, we can poke each other. We can each of us can take it. But I was going to say, Jesus in the Beatitudes on the Sermon on the Mount, he says, the pure in heart will see God. So a lot of the spiritual life, a lot of the religious practices are about, repentance and cleaning ourselves of sin, because if we're going to see God and see things correctly, we have to be purified in order to do that. That's what Jesus says. I'm not saying that you're impure or anything like that, but I mean, I mean, I myself need to work on my own spiritual walk is all I'm saying. And that
Yeah,
I'm still trying to
that's a
figure out
good
when you
way
say
to
that. Go on.
that's a good way to guard against dogmatism, because dogmatism is just as much a problem in Christianity as it is amongst secular folks.
Right. And like when you say that you tried to have faith, what was that like? What do you mean you were trying to have faith?
Well, there have been points in my life where I thought, well, I don't, how do I put it? I don't have anything in common with 99% of the atheists that I've met. But I am not a theist. And so, it's just recognition of the fact that I don't belong really in that category. People like to belong in terms of their, have a cohesive sense of their identity. And so there have been times in my life when I've explored it based on that fact. And there have been times in my life when I have struggled, and I know that there are people who rely on their religion to help them through difficulties in their life because they have something to fall back on. And as an atheist, I don't have that. And so I guess that's pretty much it. Just the human condition has made me seek, what it is that is true, I guess is the right way to put it.
So it wasn't
I've tried reading through the Bible. I've tried getting counsel from people that I know locally, and they're all Baptist folks generally that I talk to, and but they all say
just being an atheist if they're surrounded by Baptists. That makes total sense to me.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just honestly trying to I guess white knuckle my way into it, and it just hasn't worked. And it all just stems back to the whole, like, me having lost faith, because I was surrounded by it as a child, and then as I grew older, I was immersed in the popular culture that everyone else is in the United States that is designed to draw people away from religion, and I felt prey to that to some extent. Also, the hypocrisy of the church, and the what I saw, growing up as a child. So my family situation was such that my father was abusive, and the church rallied around my father because they thought that it wasn't appropriate for my parents to get divorced. And for me, that was kind of like the point at which I diverged and realized that it's an organization of people and not necessarily an organization of any kind of integrity. And that's kind of what did it for me, to be honest with you.
That sounds like when I talked about Tolstoy's experience of being able to see the discontinuity between what you've grown up to believe and how people who are supposed to believe that are actually living.
Yeah, and it's maybe have such a negative view of humanity, to be honest with you. But yeah, you're right. I'm going to read that Tolstoy book. That's interesting. Yeah. I read some of Dostoevsky. He's got some really good stuff too. I don't know if he's Orthodox or not, but
he was Orthodox. He was young. Yeah. He was like kind of a subversive, socialist, revolutionary type. He was sent to prison, and then he had like a spiritual awakening. He re-entered the Orthodox Church, and he was an Orthodox Christian the rest of his life. Though he had many moral struggles. He struggled with alcoholism, gambling.
Yeah. Well, nobody's
really perfect. Great. Right. He was one of my first on ramps to Orthodoxy. I grew up Southern Baptist. I'm from Tennessee, as you can tell through my thick Southern accent that I don't have.
Same here. I'm in Tennessee.
Oh, you're in Tennessee? Hot dang. Yes, we got some good old boys here.
Yeah.
Well, Anson, is it Anson?
Yes.
Anson, good talking to you. You're welcome here anytime. I've got a short series. It's actually getting long. It's like 70 videos now, but it's a comedy series called If Christians Argued Like Atheists. I just listen to atheists in debates and such. I write what they say, and I try to recontextualize it from a Christian perspective, so then I can say it and hear if atheists hear what they themselves are saying. So I'd love to see if you think that's funny. I have a lot of atheists saying, like, is this supposed to be a joke? I'm confused.
Yeah, man, I'll give it a listen. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I would say keep listening to the Crucible. Andrew's great. Jim Bob's really funny. He's really great. He's an Orthodox catechumen. He'll probably be baptized, within the next year or two.
I think
Yeah,
Andrew's
keep
recently
searching for
baptized.
truth. Andrew was recently baptized, a couple months ago.
Yeah.
You have over 100 cousins in Tennessee. Dang. I feel like there's a joke there somewhere, but it'd be a lot easier if you said Alabama.
Hey, I'm in Alabama.
Oh, sorry. Oh, shoot. Oh. When I think of Alabama, I think about driving through Alabama to get to Florida and just really bored kids throwing rocks at our car. That's all I think about with Alabama because that's my only experience with it.
Yep. Well, we got to do something to pass the time when we're kids.
Yeah, you gotta.
I didn't know you were from Tennessee westward.
I am from Blackman, Tennessee, south of Nashville.
I'm from the forbidden place that you never want to go to.
Memphis?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got bars on your windows?
Apparently, Justin knows us all.
Oh, no, he's coming for us.
It's like,
Jude,
God is in everyone. God is in everyone, and he can feel us. And so that's how he knows us all.
I mean, I don't think it's explicitly forbidden or anything. It's just like, listen, pay attention to your spiritual father, talks with your spiritual father and be.
I don't think he's doing apologetics. Apologetics are more like.
Not explicitly, no.
Yeah,
he's not doing apologetics at all. No, apologetics is way different.
Apologetics is like Sam Shaman or like.
Yeah, Jim Bob never gets to the scriptures. He doesn't. He usually stays in philosophy, comedy,
and
some debate. But I mean,
questions are raised. He never. He always says, "Yeah, I'm not sure." So that's I think that's what catechumens do. I think he's being a good catechumen.
So Dejire, Jude, did you guys have anything you wanted to say or ask Anson while he's still here? Any things you guys thought?
Just listening.
I think.
Do you have any?
Who has the unicorn, Nadim?
I think Jube has the unicorn now.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I think from what I've heard, Anson, it sounds like you have an obligation to seek the truth, which is very respectable, and you're trying to be honest, and so you also said that you think orthodoxy is pretty close to the truth, or something like that, right?
I didn't know anything about orthodoxy until about 3 weeks ago. And what I've heard by going down I guess it's called the YouTube rabbit hole of Andrew Wilson and all the people in his sphere and orbit.
Mm-hmm.
I have how do I put it? Enjoyed that version of Christianity more than any other I've ever experienced. Is the right way to put it.
Amen, brother.
Amen. Me too. Me too. I came from an evangelical background, very pious and very nice community. I'm not dissing them, but when I went to college, I lost my faith and became agnostic for a while. I mean, I didn't even care about religion. I just you know what? Just seems like a big cope. I'm going to focus on what's practical, whatever that means, right? So, not to go into a huge story about that, I just brought that up to kind of relate. I think a lot of us have had a falling away from our childhood religion, only to either come back to it or to find something else. And something I realized was the reason I left Christianity when I actually started reading Nietzsche. I was convinced by poor arguments that Christianity was not the case, and that was also because my reference of what Christianity was defined by that evangelical church I went to, which was it was very confusing, or I would call it a parachurch. I wouldn't even call it the church, right? Because usually these churches are headed by a singular or a few personalities, right? And there's really no succession mechanism behind these personalities. You know, one guy leaves, or there's a scandal. There's no succession mechanism. It turns into a money grab or a power grab. Maybe the church falls apart. And you know, these are all things that I was just thinking, man, you know, if the church really was real, like, you'd think that this wouldn't be happening, you know. So in Orthodoxy, there is a succession mechanism. Succession mechanism meaning they have a process in place on how people succeed each other, how priests, how the clergy succeed each other. And it's been the same rules for since the apostles. And that's a big claim, right? Because there's also other people that claim that. But now, you know, there's no silver bullet answer to how to explain why Orthodoxy versus Roman Catholicism versus the Orientals is the one true church. It consists of you having to dig into a little bit of history, philosophy, theology, and make judgments as you go. But the real debate is between the religious spheres. It is between the apostolic churches. So anyway, I just brought all that up to say that I think, from my perspective, could be wrong, that your definition of what Christianity is, the reason you left it, was because of that Baptist, you know, nightmare you were raised in, and that's the church to you. You're right, that's Christianity.
KJ 1611.
Yeah. So the church that actually pushed me over the edge was when we were Mormon for a little while, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, the Baptist is what I spent most of my time in. Yeah, no, you're right. I viewed in the arguments that you're talking about I guess the money grab portion and the singular personality aspect of the Protestant religions are what I saw that really disgusted me, because it looked more like, and having done, so I've done a lot of tax work in my life for individuals, and I've done tax work for preachers, and a lot of it, how do I put it, was centered more around, like, you know, retirement plans and making money off of it than it was really about belief.
Business church.
Yeah.
Was it very open with how the finances were, or was it kind of closed behind doors? Because my parish, we literally have once a year, like a financial check. The entire parish, everyone with their kids, is in the basement where we have a meal after church, and everybody's handed out the budget and like the different projected balance sheets, and we just, like, for an hour, everybody asks questions of, like, with the money and all the expenses, what funds do we want to start next year, and all those kind of things. Very, very open. And like, we're like, okay, does the pastor, should we give him a $2,000 salary increase to adjust for inflation, all those kind of things.
Yeah, I have limited experience as an adult on how it works inside the church. I just saw how it worked after the pastor had to file his tax return and talking to the pastor. So, I mean, I've got experience, I guess, on an individual level with those people.
You know, nowadays, it seems like towns and cities are sort of built around the bank, you know, or like some skyscraper bank structure is sort of the center or the heart of the town. In the ancient times, it was the church or the temple, if you were some sort of pagan. And so I feel like within the Protestant sphere, they still have that sort of like banking skyscraper model of how to build cities, how to build civilization. Where if you do have a singular church or a singular tradition, the church, right? That's supposed to be the heart and center of the town. So I just see like all the Protestant or evangelical landscape as kind of a product of losing their connection to the one church, and they've lost that sort of the heart of what makes society, of what makes a community. Now, you know, and then they'll try to like replace it with like sola scriptura. We believe in the scriptures, sola scriptura semper reformata. We got to keep reforming. But it's like, what exactly are they reforming to? It seems like it's just a bunch of reforming to what some people said in like, the 1500s, and throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say just keep. I don't know if there's an Orthodox church in your area that you can go visit and just see what it's like. Talk to the priest, ask questions, or just even. I mean, that'd be the thing I would encourage the most. But I mean, there's plenty of books. There's online resources. There's comedy. People who are Orthodox that do comedy, such as myself, that are trying to do kind of like infotainment stuff, answer real questions, and try to make people laugh, trying to lower the pressure, try to make it just be a normal person. But yeah, there's tons of resources. Especially
I think there's a website called Orthodoxy in America that shows like every church where it is. So I think you can.
Yeah, there's two of them in town. There's a Serbian one, and then there's a Greek one, and I don't know the difference. You know, y'all have y'all stuff. What's that?
Go to the Serbian.
Well, I mean, I would say so. The difference is because like it's all one church, it's all Orthodox church, but there's different jurisdictions, and that just means like different hierarchy. And the American situation is actually pretty novel compared to historic precedent, because we are a land of immigrants, and all these different Orthodox countries had immigrants that moved here, and then they all spoke their own language. Many of them didn't speak English. Only like their kids started to speak English, so they had hierarchy from the old country come in and help establish communities for them. And have people that would be able to speak their own languages. They had their own, traditions and foods and culture from their homeland. And then they started proselytizing it and talking to other, Protestants and different people in America, and people have been converting. But we're still in this interesting jurisdictional area where we don't have a unified Orthodox church of America. Like this is just the one church here. We have all these different jurisdictions. We have the Russian church, the Serbian church, the Romanian church, the Greek church, and all this stuff, and they're all different hierarchies. So they have different bishops and all that different stuff, but they're all the one church, and we're all in communion with one another. There are differences in language, in what kind of food we eat, maybe like differences in like art style, but we all believe the exact same thing, same beliefs, same faith. But it's going to be that stuff. So I would look if like the Serbian and the Greek, I would say it's probably best if you understand it. So I would say if one is in their traditional language, like if the Serbian church is in Serbian and not in English, it's probably better for you to go to the Greek if that's in English. I would say that's probably one of the most important things. But other than that, it'd be like, well, you're going to be meeting different people. Like, do you like go with the people you like or you enjoy to be around? It's not a cult of personality. Don't go like, I like this priest more than that priest. But I mean, you potentially could be integrating yourself into a community. So it's just it's best if you speak their language. I would say is the biggest thing.
Go to the one that's easier for you to go to, or like to
Orthodox Church in America or Antiochian.
Antiochian.
He's saying that the two closest to him are Serbian and Greek, is what he said.
I don't know the difference between anything y'all are saying. Like I said, I never heard of Orthodox until about 3 weeks ago. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I may have just sounded like a bunch of word salad. All that is same faith, different traditions, different hierarchy. So my bishop is going to be different than the Greek bishop and then the Serbian bishop. And so a lot of people say it's a problem, and we need to try to figure out how to proceed in the Orthodox Church in America at some point to have like a unified hierarchy. That is kind
it's
of
a
like
problem if we all have the same traditions and everything.
It's an interesting, because it's not like it wasn't like, and this is maybe go over Anson's head, but 1,000 years ago, these two saints went to the pagan land of the Rus of Kiev, and they baptized this pagan land that became Russia and Ukraine and all that. And they gave them a written language, and they helped them have their own traditions and all the things that they had in their culture to baptize what they could into Christianity. But our situation is quite different, because it's a big melting pot of tons of different traditions and I mean, predominantly English now, but I mean, tons of different peoples of different backgrounds. So it's not like we can just baptize this one thing there's all these different traditions living in the same space. So that's just the American situation, is multi-jurisdictional, where if you go to Russia or Serbia or Ukraine, they all have just the one church in that one country where you can't go to a Greek church and that one over there. It's just like it's just the church there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so
I
in
mean,
like Orthodox country, there isn't different churches. Like in Russia, there isn't like a Greek church. There's only the Russian church. So
Right.
but those churches sent missionaries in the U.S. Each sent different missionaries, so that's why there's a lot of representatives of those churches in the U.S. That's why.
But they all have the same hierarchy in terms of like I guess you said they all have different
Structure is the
bishops, but
same. The structure is the same.
is there a pope?
We do
No.
not have a pope. So the Roman Catholicism, we would say, is centralized. They have the Pope, who has universal jurisdiction over the whole church. We don't have any kind of concept of universal jurisdiction. We have different hierarchies, different jurisdictions, or they're called dioceses. So you have like the Greek archdiocese, you have the Russian archdiocese, and they have just their priest, and then that priest answers to a bishop, and then there is archbishop and a patriarch, and there's a hierarchy where everybody keeps each other to account, and they help with pastoral care and trying to figure out where funds go, and all the different spiritual and
administrative
things. Administrative
But
things.
bishops are all equal for us. So there
Yeah,
isn't,
for us,
like,
they're all. And a bishop
they're
is
all
a priest. To be a priest, or so to be a bishop, you have to be a priest and all that. But in America, like I said, there's going to be the different dioceses. So if you go to the Serbian archdiocese, you'll have that priest there, and he would answer to his bishop in the Serbian archdiocese. If you went to the Greek church, he would have that priest would answer to a different bishop in his own archdiocese. So that's the unique situation that's here in America that's not found in like the old Orthodox countries, because they just have one unified diocese for that land.
Yeah, if I could add something to that,
you have
the
to
word
just
Pope-
one second. You have
talking
to
unicorn.
differentiate between diocese and patriarchy, because also there's diocese in the old Orthodox countries, but there is one patriarch. Like there's but there still are dioceses. Like there's different dioceses and there's different bishops. So it's not centralized in the old Orthodox countries too. That's what I.
And to grab the unicorn from apathetic real quick, like it's not a centralized, you seethe, cope and seethe. It's not a centralized system where if the Pope falls, then the whole church falls. If one patriarch, one diocese falls, then that's just like a part of the church being cut off, and that's tragic and that's horrible. But it doesn't mean that the church falls. Like the Roman Catholic system is, if the Pope falls, it all hinges on him.
Right.
I would like to say that. Don't you dare take my unicorn away from me, Nadine. Don't do it again.
I was preparing myself.
I was going to simplify a little bit. So the Pope in the Roman Catholic system, he's just the only bishop that you can appeal to for your authority, or like to call a council or anything like that. He's the head bishop over all the other bishops. All the other bishops that have to submit to that one man. That's kind of the Roman Catholic system. We believe that the church is founded upon not just one man at the head, but it's Christ at the head, but it is multiple bishops that are in agreement with one another. Not always in agreement, but that's what the church is founded upon. You can appeal to one bishop over another, right? We believe that the bishops have very certain privileges, but we believe that the Roman Catholic system tries to exaggerate those privileges to one man. And that's why we really disagree from Catholicism, because it wasn't taught in the early church. It wasn't taught in our tradition. It was an innovation. Some people like to say it was a political innovation. But Pope literally means bishop. So we do have a Pope. We believe that there was popes, bishops, but we don't believe the Roman Catholic view of a sort of Pope figure. Like, we don't believe the church is a triangle. It's not triangular.
Yeah. Well, it's highly centralized systems are how people organize themselves for political purposes. So y'all are probably onto something.
Right. So we would say like we're synodal. So like with the councils in the first 1,000 years, there was bishops that were teaching things that were totally contrary to what had been taught for the last several hundred years. and all of the like hundreds of bishops from all the different dioceses came together in one council and discussed and tried to reason with the man that was teaching these other things. And they determined, is this man correct? Is this what has always been taught, or is it contrary? So that was called a synod. So all the bishops coming together to have councils. So we would say that we'd have a synodal structure, and Catholicism would have that centralized universal bishop structure.
They claim to have both, but they don't. Because
I don't know how you could have both. If you have one super bishop, how can all the bishops be equal?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, maybe just posturing towards this, maybe you should read Pope St. Gregory and what he says about universal bishops, but that's another story.
Oh, like when the Pope said there should never be a centralized bishop with universal jurisdiction?
Yes.
There's lots of popes from before. What we would say Roman Catholicism didn't really even start till the schism in the 11th century. And there's lots of popes, Roman pontiffs that said things totally contrary to the modern day Roman Catholicism. And if they're infallible, like how would the truth have changed so much from what these infallible popes said? To us, those popes didn't think they were infallible. They never taught that they were infallible. That's a modernist innovation that started in the 1100s or the 1000s.
Damn, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that was a fire hose. You have anything you want to say?
I think you'll find a lot of sense in Orthodoxy because it's the.
Oh, someone asked a question in the comments. This book
yeah.
is by Edward Shasinski. Sorry, someone asked in the comments.
How do I? There you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to recommend this book to anyone in the chat that's wanting to learn the polemics. It goes in depth. It's by Edward Shasinski. It's the papacy in the Orthodox Oxford Studies. So it's a really good source of information that you could read between the dialogues of the papacy. If you want to get into more of the theological stuff, that's not really for inquirers. I would say this could just be for other Eastern Orthodox people that also want to, understand the polemics and what our perspective is and what our reaction to this is and why the papacy was the case. I mean, it explains a lot in this book. It examines the church fathers, their quotes, and it really gives an amazing exegesis on like some controversial quotes that we see that the Catholics quote mine, but that's a really good book. I just want to recommend that.
I am not convinced that you are saying the word polemic. How do you even say that?
Polemic.
Polemic.
Yeah, he said polemic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not bulimic. Like, I don't really pronounce that word.
Is polemic like polemic, but you're from Poland?
Could be.
I'm convinced apophatic is blood related to jade. I'm convinced.
Everyone says that, dude. They say that I'm Jay Dyer's kid. Is hilarious.
No, I think he's like a failed cloning experiment. Like he's almost there, but just off enough that
I'm off, dude. I'm off. Well, I can get this.
If you don't know who we're talking about, there's this other Orthodox. He's very famous. His name is Jay Dyer. He's just apophatic is just like a wannabe Jay Dyer.
Yeah, he's even from the same state. I mean, come on, poser.
I'm an he's the archetype. I'm participating in the form of Dyer. I achieved gnosis. That's why I became like this.
Gnosis. You just had to say something about gnosis while the guy was asking about mushrooms.
Yeah, I told him that I took a mushroom to achieve gnosis, but I became like Jay Dyer. Now I'm Day Dyer. So
this is going to be totally taken out of context by Michael Lofton. He's going to make a clip out of this. He's going to be like, expose Dyerites.
The Dyerites are real. They are actually starting a real cult.
Yes, we are starting a cult. Pope Dyer is at the head. He is the cult leader.
He is the French fry Pope of the future.
Can we get some W's in the chat for Prodigy? This stream has caused him to spend $100 on books. That is knowledge.
Yeah,
nice.
Nice.
Dubs, bro.
Prodigy. He is based, and you're welcome.
You have even
He is based.
I had the same mannerism. I took some of his classes, so that's probably why.
Yeah, we're just waiting for you to.
Classes?
Did you read all his books?
Oh, So when with the book recommendation, was it Craig Truglia that came out with a book that's been pretty highly reviewed about?
The
Don't read
papacy.
Craig, bro.
Yeah.
Don't read Craig.
I haven't read
Don't
it.
read Craig.
I couldn't. I
Don't read
cannot.
Craig.
Don't read Craig.
You don't like
Smell
it?
the
Have you read it?
glove. Smell the glove says he's waiting for Ye Jair.
Gay gyre.
Dude.
You spelt it wrong. I mean, is that like Kanye West as Dyer? That's Yee Dyer.
That's like a mix between Michael Lofton and like Jay Dyer. Kanye West is Jay Dyer. Oof. Mm-mm. But
Well, did we
yeah.
determine? Did we answer the question? Is atheism a religion?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a religion of no religion.
Yes. I mean, can't
Okay.
something be? Can you have a dogma of no dogma? I mean, like as a Baptist, did you hear people say, "My only creed is there's no creed," or "I'm against dogma"? Isn't that itself a dogma?
Like if they all have a if every Protestant has a personal relationship with God, isn't that like saying that there's no such thing as a personal relationship with God since everybody has it?
Right. Well, yeah, they'll say. I mean, I
Exactly.
even heard like we need to get rid of like these doctrines about Jesus, and we just need to know Jesus himself. It's like, so if I experience
That's a
something
doctrine.
totally different than you, and it's like a different, like literally a different God, does that mean like Jesus just manifesting himself differently to us? Like, what is happening here? There's not the
Yeah,
unity
it's
of faith.
they'll deny it, but it's kind of easily destroyed just with the simple question of how do you know that you're talking to God and not like a demon?
That's when you'll get
Descartes'
my
demon.
personal
Is that really
experience.
what we're debating now?
Like Matt Slick, when asking, okay, so you say orthodoxy is not true and that we should be Calvinist like you. How do you know that your form of Christianity is right? And he's like, well, when I go to church and I feel the way that I do when I walk in, he's like, okay, what if I feel that same way walking into my church? He's like, well, no, you're not listening. When I feel,
When I feel
like,
the,
I mean, there's got to be something other because we can all
when I feel
appeal
the
to that.
presence of the Holy Ghost in my
Yeah.
body right
Start
now.
dancing.
I got that burning in my bosom for
Oh,
y'all
no,
giving
not-
me more
Not the
money.
Mormonism stuff. Not the Mormonism stuff, please.
I'm feeling all my feelings right now.
Oh,
I did have one question
I think
for.
we're creeping out Anson. He's like, yeah, that's
oh no,
did-
I'm feeling.
I did have one question for Anson. You were talking about atheism as sort of a stopgap of not having a religion and then filling that hole with something else. When you talk about filling that hole with something else, are you referring to, like, say, people who take on a political ideology as their entire worldview, or?
Oh yeah. So I've run. So I'm a libertarian, and I've run across I don't know how many atheists who treat libertarianism like a religion. They study it like all the other theists that I've known study the Bible, and there are purity tests and all sorts of other things that I've seen religious people do, and they have hierarchies and ways of explaining the entire functioning of all human civilization through that worldview. And yeah, I mean that's politics is one, and the more common ones like the leftists use are like communism. That's one of the ways that simplifying the way that the world works, and that's actually what really turned me off of all the damn atheists is because they were doing that stuff, which is worse than what the Christians do.
Would you say that communism is inherently atheistic?
No, I would say that atheism allows communism to exist.
Okay.
It's the other way around. You have an absence of belief, and it allows you to believe all kinds of nonsense because you don't have any kind of grounding in what's real anymore. And that's the nature of atheism, and I acknowledge that being an atheist. There's no grounding in what's real. It's a struggle to know what it is.
Mark, you definitely got us. I don't know how to refute that. I've never heard that objection before, and you got me. I don't concede, but I do grant that you got me.
Destroyed.
But after all you've heard now, don't you start questioning libertarianism a bit?
Oh yeah, just because I subscribe to the belief doesn't mean that I have to believe 100% of it or agree with everyone else that believes it.
It's not centralized in that way.
What parts of libertarianism do you subscribe to?
I like the fact that it supports and promotes voluntary exchange between humans instead of coercive exchange. Coercive means of organizing human. I think that humans are meant to be more free, and the social problems that exist in the world that the other political factions try and solve through law can't be solved through law. They have to be solved through social institutions like religion. And that's why I like libertarianism, because it leaves the vacuum there for the social institutions to take control and actually deal with social problems instead of using government to do it. And most atheists end up worshiping government, to be honest with you, because there's no other higher central authority in existence.
But that's a libertarian view, to worship government.
No, that is the opposite of the libertarian view. The libertarians despise government.
The libertarian,
but a libertarian government isn't it a government?
No,
Well,
yes, that is correct. That is correct. That libertarian government is not a government; it is the absence of government.
What would you say the
anarchy? Isn't it anarchy?
Yes, anarchy. Yes.
Oh, so you agree that? So are you an anarchist?
No. I have entertained those thoughts in the past, but I don't anymore. I'd say that the only structure that could exist that would support libertarianism is monarchy.
But
that's very interesting. I would say most of us here are monarchists.
Yeah, but monarchy comes from Christian ethics. Monarchy, the base of monarchy is Christianity.
Because God the Father is the monarch.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that, and that's fine. I don't mind living in a system that is designed by a religion that I don't subscribe to.
Okay, but what would you I just want to tell you, you're not a libertarian.
Well, I mean, I would say, just like how my friend Mark Livgren here isn't a strict Calvinist. I think there you can be, especially like the Protestant approach typically is like a smorgasbord. Like, okay, I'll take some from Calvin and I'll try to find what's true in Rob Bell, or I'll try to grab from here and that, and I'll just kind of build my own perspective of it. I don't think especially libertarian, it's not like Roman Catholicism where you have to have total submission to the Pope. It's not like there's libertarian Pope that is telling you exactly what you have to believe as libertarian. So I understand Anton's position there.
There is actually a lot of work that's been done in the libertarian philosophy on monarchy as a suitable form of libertarian organizing structure. It's Hans Hermann Hoppe wrote a really good book called Democracy, the God That Failed. And it goes through a very long list of why democracy is an inferior system to monarchy to allow for libertarian society to flourish. And it's worth a read.
It's very interesting that you're a libertarian monarchist, because I feel like the tendency for a lot of libertarians is it almost blends the line of libertarian to anarchy, like how Nadim kind of touched on there, where like a lot of people, because they're anti-government or they're pro-limited government, and then a lot of them have anarchist. They're not necessarily all the way to anarchism, but they lean that, or almost blurs the line between it. And it seems like because anarchy and monarchy are like total opposite polar ends.
Well, no, anarchy and authoritarianism are opposite. Okay. You can have monarchy that is not overbearing, that is beneficial to individual people, allows people to flourish.
Right.
Just because it's monarchy doesn't mean it's authoritarian and dictatorial.
Well, my question is, if it's an absolute monarch and the state is owned by him, it is his private property, is he evil and authoritarian for exercising control of the state, or is he acting in accordance with libertarian values?
And this is where I diverge from libertarian philosophy, because I don't think that you can have a flourishing human system where people organize themselves without the exercise of some sort of political force. And so the monarch would necessarily have to exert some sort of force in order to have a system where the most number of people would be free to exercise their rights, their rights voluntarily. And I know y'all don't like the word rights from listening to Andrew. Andrew Wilson excoriates anybody that says the word rights. So
this person is saying that, and this person said there, and a libertarian for 40 years, and they understand that there's lots of wacky libertarians. But this person says Anson is talking about a benevolent dictator. I don't think a dictator and a monarch are synonymous.
Depends on where you want to draw the lines and how you want to define both of them.
Depends on what.
Depends on what you mean by dictator. But generally, some sort of autocratic system, whether it be a dictatorship or a monarchy, run on rather similar principles. It just depends on, well, the policies and beliefs that are upholding the system for which they figurehead.
Yeah, and the monarch is only supposed to be in charge of the governmental units that organize people, not the social units or all of the commercial units. That's something that's modern, where government has usurped a role that used to be, controlled by religion and guilds and other organizations that competed with the monarch's power. So the monarch is not all powerful. He's supposed to be in competition with other social structures that humans create.
Anson, have you, you've said you've only really become acquainted with Orthodoxy in the last 3 weeks. Have you looked into the Orthodox conception of monarchy? It's the symphonia between the church and the state. It's we symbolize it in the double-headed eagle.
No, I never even heard of that.
Yeah, so
I think Anson, I did my complete analysis of your beliefs. You're a truth seeker.
This is very scientific. Very scientific.
Okay, you're a truth seeker, and you're getting closer to the truth, but you can't find any political group that has all the truths that you found. So you're trying to assimilate them to some groups like libertarianism, but fundamentally you're not a libertarian. If you read about Orthodoxy, you would love it. I think you would agree with most of it, maybe all of it, and especially on this point that you were just saying exactly the Orthodox view of the monarchy, that the monarch has no authority in the social constructs of the society, but it's the church that has this power, which he was just explaining with the double-headed eagle that we possess in the Orthodox Church, is that the right head of the eagle is the church and the left head is the monarch, and they're in symphony together in one body, which is the eagle. So the church basically, and I can resume it to that the church advises the state and the state protects the church. And
if the monarch does something that's totally against the faith and totally immoral, then the church can excommunicate them and then put on their own religious restrictions on the monarch, so they keep each other.
You still have to abide legally in the force that the monarch still possesses. So
yeah,
you can maybe there's Protestants in the chat. We can relate it also back to the Bible, where I think Matthew or Paul talks about Caesar as this. He calls him a deacon. A deacon is a position in the priesthood, but Caesar was one of the persecutors of Christianity. So even though people are against our belief of Christianity, if the leader isn't or is Christian, you have to abide by the rules of the state you live in. So that's so we don't have this rebellious thinking about you have to rebel against your leader and force him to be Orthodox, or go to South America and force your Christianity on others. So that's that. I think you love every aspect of Orthodoxy. By the way, you're even speaking, you're giving Orthodox views without even knowing them.
Yeah, it's true. But so the Saint Constantine is where kind of the conception of monarchy in the state with Christianity when the state was baptized, and so Constantine was the first Orthodox monarch, and then the last one was my patron Nicholas II in Russia, who was martyred by the communists in 1918. So that's kind of the lineage from like the 300s to the 1918 is when the double-headed eagle manifested and is existent upon the earth, and now it is no longer.
Yeah, and so can I tell you from an atheist from an atheist perspective, the double-headed eagle, how it actually exists today, is the government has their role that y'all described that used to be the monarch role, but they've got a class of people who are the advisors, like the role that the other head of the eagle was, the orthodoxy, and those are the expert class, the people that the people actually worship today, in popular culture and the media.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been disgusted. I've been disgusted by those people because they basically feed into the system whatever lies the government wants us to believe instead of what the truth is. And I can kind of see what y'all are talking about though with that double-headed eagle. That's interesting. I'll have to think about that.
You'd love
look at that in contrast to the American single-headed eagle, where it's just the state. The head of the church has been cut off.
No, I see his point, because it is some sort of double-headed eagle, because there's also they have this religion or the religious agenda that of atheism that they're spreading around. So there might have he might have a point, but
well, yeah, I mean, go on.
Like all the scientists, all the people with the black robes on the Supreme Court. Those are our secular priests. Yeah, all the science class and the lawyer class.
Right.
The highest levels of those are the people that we look to for guidance and knowledge.
And our catechism is going to university and being told what to think, but not how to think.
Yeah, that's been a struggle.
So, do you at least see where we're coming from when we say atheism is a religion? Like, we're identifying the human yearning for spiritual and religious connection and authority and community, and identifying the ways in which atheism fills that role, whether it be in these sort of autonomous epistemologies, ideologies, or the state filling that role.
I view the way that we're talking about how the secular government has organized itself and how the theistic government under orthodoxy that y'all described, that's part of the human condition and how people, I guess, people need a structure that's similar to that in order to think that the people governing them are legitimate. And I think that's more of a tradition thing where people have been passed down that concept of the expert class and having someone above them to listen to. And y'all have that as, the orthodoxy and the tradition related to that. And the modern secularists have it a different way and how they view the legitimacy of the people ruling them. I don't necessarily see that as atheism being a religion, though. I just see that as people had this religious tradition and now they don't. And this is what has replaced it. It's not necessarily a religion. It's just a perversion of what it had come before that people with power are using to control the masses.
And I wouldn't say what the question wasn't like, is atheism really theistic or something like that? It was just when we talk about religion and we try to define religion, what are atheists typically saying is, aspects of religion, signs of something being a religion, what are their criticisms of religion, and are those things present within atheism itself that would be under their own classifications?
I think Anson already narrowed it down. He said it's the religion of no religion. So I think it's a fair statement.
It's like saying there's no such thing as truth, and that's itself a truth statement. So it's self-defeating, but it's proclaiming a truth.
When you say there's no such thing as truth, do you believe that's true?
Yeah, my little brother legitimately believes that. He's an atheist, nihilist. Believes that there's no meaning in life. We are all just going to die, and there's no purpose to it at all. And he has real struggles, and he tells me all the time that there's no such thing as truth. And
Why are you
I
gay?
ask him, like, how do you know that that's true? And he has not been able to get over that yet.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Anson,
I wanted to say something to
go ahead.
Prodigy. Prodigy, listen. If you are really interested in orthodoxy, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to cost you around about $800 for the amount of books you're going to read.
Well,
You do
there
not
are
know.
tons. There are a ton of free Audible books. Look up Atheist Audio. There's lots of free books on there. There's PDFs.
There's a lot of
But
PDFs.
Prodigy,
I have some PDF.
Go to
I will
archive.org.
send them to you. I will
Prodigy,
send them to
if you
if
want books, hit me up.
If
You
you
want
want
photocopy them.
So counter offer.
if you want to find out about the deep state and the CIA stuff, everything you can
Read
get this
Esoteric
book too.
Hollywood.
You can get this book too, if you want.
Box fillers?
So counter argument. There's a lot of great Orthodox channels that go through and break down a lot of information step by step in parts that have become very understandable. They're just a little bit dry. Also, the very best thing you can do is to attend a liturgy and talk to a priest. Going to a liturgy and talking to a priest once or twice is not a full-blown commitment. It's not
so
until
boring, Logan. So boring.
until you become
He's right.
until you become a catechumen, you aren't really considered committed.
So for anybody that's not like Anson, who doesn't know what that means, catechumen is somebody who is intentionally saying, I want to be joined to the church, I intend to be baptized, and I want to start making all the steps in order to be joined to the church. We would say that somebody's just like checking out Orthodoxy, they can attend. They typically be called like an inquirer. I mean, there's no formal status to them. They're just somebody who's attending. There's somebody actually at my church who was an inquirer. There's somebody who's just coming to church. They're not a catechumen. They're not baptized. They were there for 17 years until they decided, I don't know what I'm waiting for. I'm going to become a catechumen. And a year later, they were baptized. So, I mean, nobody's forcing you into anything. And nobody's going to
That's a long process.
Yeah. I mean, the ancient standard was 3 years. If you're going to be, if we're going to preach the gospel to you and you want to join the church, it would be a 3-year catechesis, which is just a word that means like you being taught the faith, you becoming a Christian through learning about it and adopting the habits and adopting the mindset and the doctrines, and then you would be baptized. Today,
it takes a long time. It's not you just go and get dunked in a pool
Right.
of water. It's not
like Anson mentioned earlier, like he grew up surrounded by Baptists, and he kind of was swimming in that tea. So that's, I mean, that can take a long time to wash yourself clean of all of those habits, all those ways of thought patterns. So, but today it's typically like about a year. If you decide to become a catechumen, it's about a year, typically under the spiritual father's discretion, before you'd be baptized.
But being a catechumen is also it's also like very glorified. Like to be a catechumen is it's like it's not the moment you're a catechumen, like then you're more like you can chill more a bit, but you're still not part of the church because you're not baptized, but you're at least you have the title that you're committed at least. So
it's like an engagement.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's like it's akin to an engagement where baptism would be like the marriage.
Exactly.
I do want to recommend
the engagement might be, you might be engaged for a long time, you might be engaged for a smaller time. It depends on your father, on your priest.
What is the whiteboard doing?
I'm correct Greek with the KJV Bible. Tell you what, all you need, my friends, the church was founded when you started doing the Bible study. You sat down with your Orthodox study Bible. This is how we decipher the church. Put it right down and read it and weep.
My Bible's the only bishop I need. I go to my Bible, I open it up, I say, Bishop Matthew, please give priest. No, I'm sorry.
Praise the Lord, my Bishop Matthew. Praise the Lord.
Let's open up a random verse. Jesus wept. All right, that's all I need today.
That's all I need to interpret the Bible.
That's all I need.
Perspicuous. It's clear.
Okay,
All you
so
need is
my-
to open it up, and it will beam the meaning. It will beam the meaning into your heart and your soul, and you'll know the theology.
My question to you, Mark, is what came before the church or the Bible?
Yeah.
That's my question. And
Well,
who
and then after
collected
that,
mankind?
it's
The Bible came
Yeah.
first.
how
Did
do you
Jesus
know?
hand the apostles a Bible, or did he hand them a church?
Well, then
He
it's also
handed in the
how do you-
Bible, the KJV from 1611.
Now, brother Mark Livgren, how do you know that your books in the Bible are the correct ones? We got different Old Testaments, but we got the same New Testaments. But you got the Jewish Old Testament, but I got the Greek Old Testament. How do we know which one's which? Why do you follow some of the canons but not the others? These are the types of questions I got for you, brother Mark.
Well, you see, when Pastor Billy Bob buried the KJV to preserve it from Constantine's treachery back in 300 AD, when the Council of Nicaea set the false canon corrupted by the Roman Empire.
Well,
When the Trinity wasn't existing before the Nicene Creed.
Where is Trinity in Bible? Show me verse. Where Trinity?
1 + 1 + 1.
In the Bible, when Jesus said, "I am God, who worship me."
We've ripped the talking unicorn to shreds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can see his tentacle over there, or his horn.
Whoa, you just
Wow.
misidentified.
What a callback. What great.
Dude, you're
things we've
causing
done here.
people. You're endangering people by saying that. You realize what you're doing right now, Rational. This is
Oh my
very
God,
serious.
Jay,
You're
shut
gonna
up, Jay.
have people question their faith that it's not really a unicorn. Well,
It's a
guys,
unicorn. Affirm the unicorn.
it's been 4 hours. Is any? I'm not saying we gotta leave in 3 seconds, but any closing thoughts? Any questions for Anson since he's here and he doesn't share the same world. It sounds
We
like he
need
has a very
Prodigy on.
Orthodox
We need
from
Prodigy
where
to
he's at,
join.
but
We need Prodigy to join and praise the Lord with us.
Yes,
Well,
I want Prodigy to join because I have some
All right.
advice for him.
okay, Prodigy. This is like the 30th time I'm putting the link in there.
You don't need to
You're
put your
welcome to
camera.
join. If you
Listen.
join, we will keep streaming.
Listen, Prodigy,
All right.
I need to tell you this, man. The books are going to be really expensive, so I would recommend investing in a Pay Piggy because Pay Piggies can really, really help you with your book collection, bro. Like, I could just call a guy right now, boom, 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 I get like 30 books, and I don't have to go to the stanky gamer ass libraries. I don't have to go there. I can just stay in my own house, get it from Amazon.
Use J50 for your chalk.
Speaking of Pay Piggy, I don't have super chats unlocked yet. I need 3,000 watch hours, but here is my Cash App. If you'd like to support the channel, if you would like me, I'm cold and my it's getting dark now and I'm on my porch. If you would like to help me build an actual studio, I need about $3,000. This is just my house here. I have a rooster that commonly just won't shut his mouth up. It'd be nice to have that not be a thing anymore.
Do you take cash?
Did you see how slick I was? I gave him a
Oh yeah, just hand me that. It's not that's not cash money. That's fake. That's not. I appreciate the thought. It's the thought that counts, but it don't pay for my studio.
Yeah, that's that fake British money.
I have to head out soon, but I want to leave something with Anson. So it's a question that I'm not asking Anson to answer now, but just to ponder on. So obviously you are a truth seeker. That is awesome. I think you're on a path that's better than most atheists. But just think, what is your criteria for determining who is closest to the truth? And this is a question that leads into philosophy or kind of examining your presuppositions. And so when I started doing that and trying to answer that same question, I started to get into examining my presuppositions and why do I hold my most fundamental beliefs? Because everything, the politics, how we act in the world, our political beliefs, that's going to trickle down from our presuppositions. So yeah, just think about, obviously you want the truth, but what criteria are you using that's steering you towards that, right? So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
I just wanted to point out, Jube used a dirty word. He said presupposition.
Oh yeah, I'm offended. Oh, at least he didn't say mechanism.
Yes.
At least you didn't say transcendental, because then I would have.
Oh, y'all are.
I would
Prodigy.
have done some very, very mean Twitter tweets.
Prodigy.
At least he didn't say
John
cis. Wait, what would you say? Cisdental. I mean, you can say transdental, but just don't say cisdental. All right. Broke my. You saw it. Kind of broke my brain trying to say that.
Well, Mr. Westford, I'm your pay piggy now.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I will. Once again, I'm calling upon your support. I haven't even unlocked the ability to do super chats. Here is my my Cash App. Yeah, if you leave a message, I will read it on stream. This is the first stream I actually had so many people on and a chat that was just going. I couldn't read every single one. It was quite disorienting.
It was lovely.
So thank you, Made by Jim Bob, for throwing your pay piggies at me. I will try to harvest their energy monetarily to provide for my family. I'm a family man, so take your pick of what Bible you like. I think some are better than others. Doesn't mean it isn't the Word of God. Well,
What?
the Word of
How
God
can
is
you
the
pick
second
and
person
choose
of the
the Word
Trinity,
of
my
God?
brother Mark.
Brother Mark, I have to tell you this.
How do you understand John 1:1, Mark?
I don't
Is the
think
word
the
the Bible?
we're gonna say apathetic.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think Mark misunderstands what you're saying by like our different canons, like canonicity and authenticity. We judge what is God breathed by what is canon. So things that are not canon are not God breathed. So what Mark thinks is he thinks that less books are God breathed than our books. It's not that we're just using different translations. Like, ooh, you got the KJV. I'm actually a homosexual. I like the NIV. Like, it's not really. It's not really.
You mean
that.
the message?
It's not like that. We're debating between canons. We're debating between what's inspired and what's not. But you don't get that. Of course you don't get that. Of course.
Is Kenneth Prodigy?
Hey, be nice. Be nice.
I'm sorry. I'm joking.
No, I'm not.
You are the Dean of Mean. You just are a copy of Mr. Mean Dyer, aren't you?
I'm so mean. I'm the biggest
Oh my
meanie
gosh.
ever.
You're mean. That
Testing
means you're
1,
wrong.
2, 3. Can you hear me?
I can
No,
hear you.
we can't
Are
hear you.
Prodigy?
He is not.
Kenneth, are you Prodigy? We heard you and your mic turned off. Hello, can we hear you?
Yeah, no, I just don't want to overpower anyone with my $7 mic.
No, we can hear you. It's actually not that bad.
Can hear
it's
you
a
fine.
couple levels above
Probably
potato.
better than mine.
Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to mute myself because I don't want to interfere with y'all. I appreciate your stream. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you reading. I enjoyed most of what you said, except for when rational thinking skeptical Logan called me a troll. I'm not a troll. I'm a Buddhist. I'm a firm Buddhist. And I
so yes, a
believe
troll.
that you all are Buddhists yourselves. You're Buddhist Orthodox, Buddhist, whatever religion you choose to be. But you can be Buddhist and another religion. You can join in.
Yeah.
You can share with us because you follow the 5 tenets of Buddhism. I guarantee you all do. You all seem like good people. I really support you, and I believe in it.
I find this hard to believe. What's your name in the chat?
Go on.
This is Tiffinal.
Yeah, Tiffinal. But I would say there's probably many things that we would agree in about Buddhism. Like most other religions, I would say that the religion itself is not true, but there's many things that are true in it, but it would be like a false system. I'm sure there's lots of things that I would agree, and at least in part about Buddhism. Like lots of my friend Mark here, who's a Calvinist, there's things that he and I would have common ground on, but doesn't mean that I'm a Protestant just because we have some agreements. But I haven't looked into Buddhism that much. I've talked to some people who are Orthodox converts from Buddhism, and they have their perspective. But other than that, I've never read like Buddhist koans. And there's like Zen Buddhism. There's a bunch of different Buddhisms, aren't there? Or several of them.
Yeah, there's flavors of Buddhism, but the root, the Theravada Buddhism, is pretty much the basic. But there's just 5 tenets, 5 little rules. You already follow them, and so.
All right, well, I got to bounce, y'all. It was fun. Y'all have a good one.
See you, Anthony. Thank you much for your time.
Thanks for hopping on. You're welcome anytime.
You can hop on again if you move on with your experience near orthodoxy.
Okay, Kenneth, finish what you were saying. Sorry.
Yeah, if you do a little bit of just structure study, you can be a Buddhist Christian, a Buddhist Orthodox, a Buddhist whatever you want to be, because it's really just a matter of following the 5 tenets and being a good person.
No, you can't.
It's really not that hard. The
Buddhism
nice thing
is
about it
monism.
is
We're not
we
monists.
support, most Buddhists can support any other religion because they can believe in it. And I really like the Christian
because we're
religion. I think
atheists.
it's done a great
That's why.
service to the world, and I really appreciate all your efforts.
Well, thank you, sir. What do you think there are things incompatible with your version of Buddhism and Christianity?
None whatsoever.
Okay, well, we definitely don't have enough time. I need to go teach
don't have
you
enough
at some
time.
point. Definitely, maybe on another stream. Hey, subscribe, like, comment, share, do all the things that all the things that people are supposed to do. That I'm supposed to say.
We need Prodigy, man. We need Prodigy to join.
Yeah, Kenneth, I'd love to have more of a conversation with you, and definitely not this stream. This was an atheist stream, and I have to pee so bad. But I do want to say this is my very first super chat of all time from Sir Apophatic right here, $5, no message. Do you want to say it right now? What do you want to say? You didn't even say anything.
Yeah. So my message is take the dire pill. That's it.
Okay.
That is my one message that I leave to the world to go off with. If you take the dire pill, it will benefit your life so much, because before you even take the dire pill, you're already like taking the Christ pill. And that's what really matters. But the dire pill.
Thank you for your time. I'm going to go ahead and go. I appreciate you all, and I wish you all.
Why did you take
you too, Kenneth?
Unicorn
See you
off
sometime.
I took the dire pill because once I took it, I automatically started getting pay piggies, and I got all of the Stenolay's volumes of the Experience of God, Orthodox Dogmatic Theology. So that's what really enhanced the dire in me. And also synthwave music, that works too.
Dire wave.
Yeah.
Press the link, Prodigy.
You are the image of God.
You see, I tried Chalk once, and I couldn't ever stop watching Dire.
Chalk.com, baby, J50.
Hey,
Make sure you try that Tomcat Elite.
I think we should
Especially
wait
for
for
the
Prodigy.
Apathetic.
Prodigy.
Prodigy is asking how he can privately message you. Do you have a Discord?
I would
Do you
message
have
me on
something
my Discord, apophatic_.
Prodigy, please join.
Why does Prodigy want to join, or who is he?
Well, Apophatic was saying he wanted to talk to him. He had a lot of really good things to say in the chat, and just wanted to a little bit more.
Nice.
Are you gonna join Prodigy?
I don't think he's gonna join. I think he's a little bit nervous. He's a little bit shy. He's like,
okay.
It's okay. It's
We
normal.
tried. We
Everybody
tried.
is.
Yeah, we are just
you
about
gotta
to
take some of that Tomcat Elite, you know.
4-hour stream, very good.
I think we made a lot of progress. I think we did through the scientific method, through empiricism, determined that atheism is indeed a religion. And good work, guys. We didn't even wear lab coats, but I think we all deserve them now. I mean, do you guys have any other closing thoughts about
more testing tubes?
Okay, yes, this was quite a fever dream. All of this, I'm not quite sure it's real still, but anything you want to leave off? Anybody, go on.
More testing tubes.
Well, yeah, we didn't
the
use
lab
any.
code is not enough,
Just wanna
dude. We need the
clarify
testing
it.
tubes.
Bunsen
And
burners.
we need the scientific papers, and we need the personal incredulity fallacy. I want to own it.
You know what's one thing that's astonishing to me? We determined that that atheism is a religion without a single beaker, which is probably like cheating, but I still think it was science.
It's very much science.
I just want to add something that's super important because Apophatic was talking about the dire pill, me having taken it. I took it so well, like my body responded so well to it that I started working.
Your body was ready?
I started working for Jay, and I do the ads for his Tomcat Elite, you know, the tech support ads So that's why we go back to God.
So somebody calls you and like my Tomcat Elite isn't working. You're like, have you tried turning it off and on again?
I think God, Guns and Glory saw it before he just felt God, and just because God is with us, you know, and he just felt him and he knew me. So if he's still here, thank you.
I think he's here with us right now.
You know what? The Farney said Nadim had a burning in his brain. So what would the scientists say with that same comment? You guys know what a Bunsen burner is?
Well, I think the scientists would start with saying that temperature is an emergent property. So the burning in his bosom must be an emergent property of temperature. You know, you always have to ask what scale we're working on.
The scientist would say, I had a burning in my Bunsen. My Bunsen.
Oh my god.
So
I have a conclusion from the scientific method of how exactly we demonstrated this. So via the scientific method. So first off, the question was, is atheism a religion? And then we researched it by watching the weird-eyed lady that looked like she's going to eat me like a literal cannibal. And after we watched her talking about nature and patterns, we researched exactly.
No, put her away. Put her away.
And then we came up with a hypothesis, right? Our hypothesis was that, yes, it is a religion. And then we first had to test with, the experiment. We had to test and experiment with it. And we saw some weird, cringy atheists in the side chat. And we know the atheist debates. And we know that they're very religious in their debates. They have a lot of metaphysical import behind their statements that they think that is not supernatural, even though the metaphysical is supernatural. So we experimented, and then we analyzed. We looked with our testing tubes, and we looked with our beaker. Well, we didn't have a beaker. We should have had a beaker. That was why. How dare you?
Well, no, we did the standard.
I think Anson was the beaker.
Well, I was going to say we did current standard practice and replaced actual testing with a model.
Yes. Mm-hmm. But what happened out of that is we analyzed the data some more. We analyzed their arguments some more, see how retarded it was. And then our conclusion was made from that. The conclusion was made that, yes, it is a religion. Mm-hmm. There you go.
There you go.
Scientist. There you go.
Don't forget, we got it peer-reviewed with Anson.
Peer-reviewed. Cambridge.
Double blind.
And Prodigy, we had Prodigy.
Yeah,
Prodigy is the conclusion of our stream.
I also found out that we're all Buddhists.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no! It's even better.
Only in the Buddhist imagination.
We have a study
that
has verified our research via the Chatham House rules.
We need to do we need to do another stream that just says, "Is everyone Buddhist?" And we need to use the scientific method to determine that as well.
I think that's a good topic. Hopefully, Kenneth calls in next stream.
I want to go on that. I have a thing in my phone that has all my different ideas on it. Let me put that in there. Okay. Hold on. This is scientific.
We also found that like to spiritually be part of the atheist religion, you have to abide by the number one dogma. It's called fallacy. So you have to start just stating what you believe, and like everyone's gonna turn to you and like say they're convinced. And I think that's the beauty.
Sola word salad. Sola unconvincing.
Wait, Prodigy said something in the chat. Sorry to take the unicorn from you.
Yeah, we need to stop.
Prodigy, put your Discord in the comments, and I'll add you if that's fine. I know you're going to get berated, but
I can delete the comment.
Maybe. You can delete the comment after, but
the number one dogma is for atheism is the never-ending fallacy. Because it just never ends, right?
Ouroboros fallacy. The fallacy that eats its own tail.
Yes.
Well, what is fallacy?
I'm not convinced that the fallacy is really there.
Our one and only dogma is infinite regress.
Look at his name. Look at
infinite regress of what? Fallacies. There you go.
Abandon the self, become one with the
love
bugs.
I love your the
Eat
name
more
of-
bugs.
Sola Bunsen burner.
Yeah, there you go, Farney.
Solo
Apophatic,
bugs in our food.
I think Prodigy put his Discord, and I love the name. Like it's
Sola
Future
me.
Orthodox Prodigy.
Well, now we can't delete
Just
it.
give it a shout out. Just give it a shout out.
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody go follow, send super chats, help pay for the books.
Okay, at least we're not still 100 viewers.
Yeah,
I mean,
that got
how far
quite
we've
chaotic there for a minute.
120 from Jim Bob.
Oh, and also like to end
right.
the stream, also we need to get wrenches for Nob and Rip and me and Apophatic. That's the conclusion too. We need wrenches.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Raz being a mod kind of terrifies me.
Yeah, it's too much power for the man.
I need mod. I need mod right now. As
All right, I got to figure it out.
As
So,
your
like,
pay piggy.
like
Are we buying mod positions now?
The access to like a dating type of figure. Why can't we be cordial with this and give me the wrench? You know what I'm saying?
Give me a second where I'm going to play something as our little outro here.
Is it the Birdemic song that got the last stream taken down?
No, I learned my lesson.
It's not taken. It's not taken down where I'm from. So
yeah, it's, in America, it's gone.
You know, the only country that matters. Just kidding.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is how we're going to end this stream. Just a little bit of palate cleanser.
Flourish.
Oh my gosh. I love it.
I love the goatee.
Someone who refers to trans people as deranged lunatics who will self-terminate if you dare to question them. How am I wrong, Matt? Someone who misrepresents a quote from a debate where I said I wouldn't make a law about 9-year-olds having sex being legal with respect to the 9-year-olds, not that I was in any way in favor of it and that I was actually opposed to it, which I addressed during that debate. But moreover, this is not remotely an honest interaction on the front of whether or not secular humanism is valuable. Because this, when he presented his position here, has nothing to do with secular humanism. From the get-go, it's all about me. Matt thinks, Matt thinks, Matt thinks. I'm giving what Matt thinks, what Matt thinks, what Matt thinks, what Matt thinks. Matt's position. I came in with the Secular Humanist Manifesto. I came in with positions that aren't just that aren't merely my position.
Oh, well, as long as multiple people hold the position,
This guy's not serious, and I'm leaving. James, if you want a refund, you
well,
let me know.
good day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr. Matt.
He just said he'd cover my
I
refund.
would cover his refund.
No. Nope. Nope. No, I'm not going to dignify a debate with someone who walked in to trash talk people and be smug and
Good.
all of the things that he's being right now.
I will
He's
cover
already
your-
said he will cover my expenses. You don't have anything to worry about. This debate is over.
Well, there you have it, you guys.
I think I look
That's
like.
not
Where's
a
the husband
religious
part?
fanatic. Oh, I'm
Does
sorry.
Andrew look like a tech support too? Like, do I look like him?
Yes, you do. Bro, please call me on a random day and just like
Just put your phone number on the chat.
I need
Just
that,
put your
bro.
phone number in the chat.
I need that.
All right, guys. Farewell. That was definitely some that made me feel some kind of way. Thank you, guys. I
day,
got
Mod.
feel so bad.
Did you find out how to mod?
I will do that later after I pee. That's lower priority at the moment. Farewell, everybody.
TT break first. I do have to say though, I know